Hey everyone. Welcome back to Fiction Blue. Get ready for an amazing tale. What if Harry sent a legal summons from Gringotts to the Dursleys and took their entire savings account? Smash that like button and subscribe for more. Here we go. Chapter 1. The vault beneath the marble. The goblin at the front desk had fingernails like yellow glass and a nose that could have opened letters. Harry tried not to stare. He failed. "Keep close, Harry," Hagrid muttered, one enormous hand pressing gently between Harry's shoulder blades, steering him through the vast marble lobby of Gringotts' Wizarding Bank. "And don't touch nothin'." Harry couldn't have touched anything if he'd wanted to. The counters were too high, the goblins too quick, and every surface gleamed like it had been polished by someone who took personal offense at the concept of dust. He felt absurdly small. The Dursleys' world was cramped ceilings and beige carpet and the ever-present smell of Aunt Petunia's cleaning solution. This was something else entirely. The ceiling arched so far overhead it vanished into shadow, and everywhere he looked, goblins were weighing coins, scratching in ledgers, examining gemstones through eyepieces that magnified their already unsettling eyes to the size of tennis balls. A wizard in plum robes swept past without looking down, and Harry had to skip sideways to avoid getting clipped. Nobody noticed. He was used to that. "Right then," Hagrid said, approaching the nearest high counter with the confidence of a man who'd done this before and hadn't enjoyed it. He fumbled in his massive coat. Harry heard the clink of what sounded like a small chandelier's worth of odds and ends, and produced a tiny gold key. "Mr. Harry Potter wishes to make a withdrawal." The goblin behind the counter didn't look up from his ledger. His quill scratched 3 more lines before he deigned to raise his head, and when he did, his dark eyes flicked to Hagrid, dismissed him, and landed on Harry. Harry felt the weight of that gaze like a physical thing. The goblin's expression didn't change, it was already somewhere between contempt and boredom, but something shifted behind those black eyes. A calculation. A clicking of tumblers. "Key," the goblin said. Hagrid placed it on the counter. The goblin picked it up between 2 long fingers, turned it twice, and held it up to the light. His lips moved. No sound came out, but the key pulsed once, a dim gold throb, like a heartbeat. "Vault 687, the goblin said. "The Potter Trust Vault." He set the key down precisely in the center of the counter. "Griphook will take you down. Wait by the doors." "Cheers," Hagrid said, already sweating. He hated the carts. Harry picked up the key. It was warm in his palm, and he closed his fingers around it carefully, the way you'd hold something that might be alive. "Excuse me," he said. The goblin had already returned to his ledger. "Excuse me," Harry said again, a little louder. The quill paused. The goblin looked at him the way a hawk looks at a mouse that's just cleared its throat. "You said trust vault," Harry said. "What does that mean? Is there another vault?" The question came from nowhere and everywhere. From 10 years of being told his parents were drunken layabouts who died in a car crash and left nothing but the burden of their unwanted son. From the shock, still reverberating through him like a struck bell, of learning just hours ago that his parents had been murdered by a dark wizard and that he was famous. From Hagrid telling him, so casually, that his parents had left him a fair bit at Gringotts. Trust vault implied trust. Trust implied a larger whole. The goblin stared at him for a long moment. Then his eyes moved, not to Harry, but past him, to someone Harry couldn't see. A barely perceptible nod. "Griphook will take you to your vault, Mr. Potter," the goblin said, and his tone had not changed at all, but Harry had the strangest feeling that he had just done something important. The cart ride was everything Hagrid had feared and Harry had never dared to hope for. It plunged through tunnels of raw rock, banking around corners so sharply Harry's stomach tried to trade places with his lungs, and Hagrid made a noise like a large animal in distress and kept his eyes firmly shut. Harry leaned into the turns, wind tearing at his hair, grinning so wide his cheeks ached. Griphook sat at the front of the cart and steered with the indifference of someone driving to a job they'd held for centuries. He was smaller than the goblin at the front desk, younger maybe, it was hard to tell with goblins, and hadn't spoken a word beyond, "Follow me," and "Get in." The cart screeched to a halt in front of a stone archway set into the tunnel wall. A heavy iron door, green with age. Vault 687. Key, Griphook said, holding out his hand. Harry passed it over. Griphook pressed it into a slot Harry couldn't see, turned it, and stepped back as the door groaned open like something waking from a long sleep. The first thought Harry had was that Uncle Vernon would die. Simply keel over and stop. Because inside the vault, heaped in uneven mounds that caught the torchlight and threw it back in 1,000 shades of gold and silver and bronze, was more money than Harry had ever seen. More money than he'd ever conceived of. Coins, galleons, sickles, nuts, Hagrid had explained, piled knee-deep across the stone floor, spilling against the walls, glinting in the shadows at the back of the chamber. Harry stepped inside and his shoes disappeared into gold up to the ankles. "This," he said, and his voice came out strange. "This is, all mine." The Potter Trust Vault, Griphook confirmed from the doorway. He hadn't entered. Established for the use of the Potter heir upon reaching the age of 11. Replenished annually from the main Potter accounts. There it was again. That word. Trust. Which meant portion. Which meant more. Replenished from what? Harry asked. Griphook's expression was unreadable, which Harry was beginning to understand was a goblin's way of being very readable indeed. It meant they were choosing their next words with the precision of a surgeon choosing where to cut. The Potter family estate, Mr. Potter. Vault 612, among other holdings. You would need to speak with your account manager for details regarding the full scope of your inheritance. I have an account manager. Every noble house at Gringotts is assigned an account manager. The Potter accounts have been in custodial management since the deaths of James and Lily Potter. Harry stood in a pile of gold coins, wearing Dudley's third best t-shirt, the one with the bleach stain on the collar, and felt the world tilt. Can I speak with them? The account manager. Behind him, Hagrid shifted his considerable weight from one foot to the other. Harry, we really ought to get movin'. Lots to buy today, and Professor Dumbledore said, please, Harry said, and he didn't know why it mattered so much, only that it did. Something was pulling at him. A thread. If he didn't follow it now, he'd lose it, and he had the overwhelming sense that this thread was attached to something enormous. I just want to ask a few questions. About my parents' accounts. Please, Hagrid. Hagrid's craggy face softened in that way it did whenever Harry said please, as though the word itself caused him physical pain. Well. I suppose a few minutes won't hurt. But we've got a lot to do, mind. Harry looked at Griphook. Can you take me to them? The account manager. Griphook studied him. That same calculating look. That same clicking behind the eyes. I can take you to the accounts inquiry office. Whether the manager assigned to the Potter estate will be available is another matter. That's fine. I'll wait. The ghost of something passed over Griphook's face. It might have been surprise. It might have been respect. On a goblin, they looked almost identical. Very well, Mr. Potter. Fill your bag first. The shops in Diagon Alley do not accept enthusiasm as currency. Harry blinked, then laughed, a startled, real sound that bounced off the gold and the stone and seemed to confuse Hagrid. He knelt and began scooping coins into the leather pouch Hagrid had given him, handfuls of gold and silver that clinked together with a weight that felt like a promise. The accounts inquiry office was on the main floor of Gringotts, down a corridor Harry hadn't noticed, through a door that didn't look like a door until Griphook pushed it open. The corridor beyond was narrower than the grand lobby, built for goblin proportions, which meant Hagrid had to duck so low he was practically folded in half, muttering complaints into his beard. The room at the end was sparse. Stone walls, a stone desk, 2 chairs on one side, goblin-sized, which meant Harry fit but Hagrid absolutely did not. he stood against the wall like a very anxious wardrobe, and one chair on the other. The chair behind the desk was empty. "Wait here," Griphook said, and vanished. Harry sat. The chair was hard and cold and, like everything in Gringotts, made him feel aware of how small he was. He resisted the urge to swing his legs, his feet didn't quite touch the floor, and he didn't want to look like a child. He was a child, of course. He knew that. 11 years old, noble-kneed, with broken glasses he'd repaired himself with tape because Aunt Petunia wouldn't take him to the optometrist and Uncle Vernon said he was lucky to have glasses at all. He was a child who, until this morning, had slept in a cupboard under the stairs and been told that his parents were worthless and that he should be grateful he wasn't put in an orphanage. But something had shifted in the last few hours. Something fundamental. He was a wizard. His parents had been murdered by an evil man who tried to murder him too, and had failed, and Harry had survived it, and a bank full of goblins knew his name. He had a vault. He had money. He had, apparently, an account manager and an estate and a legacy that went beyond a lightning bolt scar and a reputation he'd never asked for. He wasn't going to swing his legs. The door opened. A goblin entered, different from the others Harry had seen. This one wore a suit. Not robes, not the waistcoats and trousers of the tellers, but an actual suit, charcoal gray, sharp-shouldered, with a silver pin on the lapel shaped like a crossed axe and quill. His face was leaner than Griphook's, the bones sharper, and his eyes were the color of tarnished bronze. He moved like someone who had places to be and was annoyed that this wasn't one of them. He sat behind the desk, placed a thin leather folder in front of him, and looked at Harry. "Mr. Potter," he said. His voice was dry and precise, like the sound of a blade being sharpened. "I am Ironclaw, Senior Accounts Auditor currently overseeing custodial management of the Potter estate. Griphook informs me you have questions." A pause. "I should tell you that the full estate review cannot be conducted until you reach the age of majority, or unless your magical guardian authorizes." "What's a magical guardian?" Harry asked. Ironclaw's eyebrows, thin, sharp things, rose a fraction. "The witch or wizard legally designated to oversee your affairs until you come of age. In your case, that would be Albus Dumbledore, who assumed magical guardianship following the deaths of your parents." Harry filed this away. Another piece. Another thread. "And what did Griphook call them, my Muggle guardians?" "The Dursleys." "Your Muggle guardians have no authority over your magical estate. Their responsibilities are limited to your physical care and upbringing in the non-magical world." Ironclaw's eyes hadn't left Harry's face. "Why do you ask, Mr. Potter?" Harry considered lying. Considered deflecting. It was reflex. 10 years of the Dursleys had taught him that the safest answer to any question was the vaguest one, because specifics could be used against you. But something about Ironclaw's gaze, direct, unsentimental, utterly free of pity, made him feel that vagueness would be worse than useless here. Goblins didn't deal in vagueness. They dealt in ledgers and balances and things that added up. "Because I want to understand something," Harry said. "Griphook said the trust vault is replenished from the main estate. That means someone set it up." "My parents?" "Your father, James Potter, established the trust vault in September of 1981, shortly before his death. And since then, for the last 10 years, has anyone been accessing the main vault? Or any of the Potter accounts?" Ironclaw's fingers rested on the leather folder. He did not open it. Custodial management fees have been deducted per standard Gringotts policy. No direct withdrawals have been made from the primary vault. However, the word hung in the air like a knife balanced on its point. There are standing disbursements. What does that mean? It means that regularly scheduled payments have been issued from the Potter estate to designated recipients, as authorized by your magical guardian. Harry's mouth was dry. Payments to who? Now Ironclaw opened the folder. Inside were sheets of parchment covered in tiny, precise handwriting, goblin script, Harry assumed, interspersed with numbers. Columns and columns of numbers. There is one standing monthly disbursement, Ironclaw said, running a long finger down a column. Authorized on the 3rd of November, 1981, by Albus Dumbledore in his capacity as magical guardian of the Potter heir. The sum of 150 galleons per month, converted to Muggle currency and deposited into a Muggle bank account. He looked up. The account belongs to Vernon and Petunia Dursley of No. 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The room went very quiet. Harry heard Hagrid shift behind him. Heard the creak of the big man's coat, the intake of breath. But it was distant, muffled, as though Harry's ears had been stuffed with cotton. 150 galleons a month. He didn't know the exchange rate. He didn't know what a galleon was worth in pounds. But he knew it was gold, he'd just stood ankle-deep in it, and he knew that 150 of anything, every month, for 10 years, was a lot. How much, Harry said, and his voice was very calm, which surprised him, because something inside his chest was not calm at all, is 150 galleons in Muggle money. Ironclaw didn't need to check the folder. At current exchange rates, approximately 750 British pounds. The rate has fluctuated over the past decade, but the average holds. In total, since November 1981, approximately £90,000 has been disbursed to the Dursley household from the Potter estate. £90,000. Harry thought about his cupboard. The thin mattress with the springs that poked through. The spiders. The slot in the door where Aunt Petunia would slide a piece of toast on mornings when she remembered, and nothing on mornings when she didn't. He thought about Dudley's second bedroom, crammed with broken toys and a television and a computer, while Harry slept under the stairs. He thought about the way Uncle Vernon's face went purple when Harry asked for seconds, and the way Aunt Petunia sniffed and said they could barely afford to feed him as it was, the ungrateful little wretch. £90,000. £750 a month. For him. Meant for him. For his food, his clothes, his care. Given to the Dursleys in trust, and, Harry looked down at himself. At Dudley's t-shirt, grey and shapeless and reeking faintly of fabric softener that Aunt Petunia only used on Dudley's things, not his, but this shirt had been Dudley's before it had been Harry's, before it had been a rag that Harry was told he should be grateful for. At his jeans, belted twice because they were 4 sizes too large. At his trainers, held together with determination and a rubber band. £750 a month, and this was what he had to show for it. Mr. Potter, Ironclaw said, and his voice had changed. Not softer, goblins didn't do soft, but there was something underneath it, a current of cold, professional fury that Harry recognized instinctively because he'd learned to read the moods of adults the way sailors read the weather. Ironclaw was angry. Not at Harry. I am required by Gringotts policy to inform you that the disbursements were authorized by your magical guardian and are therefore technically legal. I am also required to inform you that Gringotts' obligation is to the account holder. You are the account holder. And if, in your judgment, funds from your estate have been misappropriated by a party entrusted with your care, he paused. There are remedies. Remedies, Harry repeated. Gringotts has its own legal apparatus, Mr. Potter. Goblin Law predates the Ministry of Magic by several centuries and is recognized under the Treaty of 1412, which grants Gringotts jurisdiction over all matters pertaining to the misuse of funds held within its vaults. This jurisdiction extends to Muggle assets when the misuse involves Gringotts disbursed funds. In plain terms, if money left this bank for a specific purpose and was not used for that purpose, we can recover it. From anyone. Regardless of whether they are magical. Harry's heart was hammering. Not with fear. With something else. Something he didn't have a name for yet but that tasted like the first day the cupboard door was unlocked after a long punishment, like air, like space, like the sudden dizzying realization that he could move. What would that look like, he asked. Ironclaw's mouth moved. It took Harry a moment to realize the goblin was smiling. It was not a comforting smile. It was the smile of something that lived in the dark and had just heard a mouse walk into its cave. It would begin, Ironclaw said, with a formal audit of how the dispersed funds were utilized. Gringotts would conduct a magical assessment of the conditions in which you were raised, living space, nutrition, clothing, general welfare. This assessment is retroactive and cannot be falsified. The results would be compared against the amount dispersed. Any discrepancy, and I suspect the discrepancy will be considerable, would form the basis of a claim under the Goblin Financial Restitution Act. The claim would be served to the offending party in the form of a legal summons. A summons, Harry said. Like a court. Like a reckoning, Ironclaw said, and the word carried weight in his mouth, old weight, the kind that came from centuries of a species that never forgot a debt and never forgave one. The summons would compel the Dursleys to appear before a Gringotts adjudication panel. They would be required to account for every pound. And if they cannot, which they will not be able to do, Gringotts is authorized to seize equivalent assets. Bank accounts. Property. Possessions. Whatever is required to balance the ledger. You can do that? To Muggles. The Treaty of 1412 is older than the Statute of Secrecy, Mr. Potter, and supersedes it in matters of financial restitution. The Ministry has tested this precisely once, in 1743. They lost. We have long memories and very good solicitors. Harry sat very still. Behind him, Hagrid cleared his throat. Now, Harry, I dunno if Professor Dumbledore, Harry said, still looking at Ironclaw, is the one who authorized the payments. The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. Hagrid opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. His eyes, small and beetle-black in his enormous face, were doing something complicated, shuffling through loyalty and horror and the dawning, sickening realization that was only now catching up to him. Dumbledore was paying them. Hagrid said. He was paying the Dursleys to look after ye. 150 galleons a month, Harry said. But that's, Hagrid's face went through several colors. He looked at Ironclaw, then at Harry, then at his own hands, which were clenched into fists the size of Christmas hams. I left ye there, he said, and his voice cracked like stone. That night. I carried ye on the motorbike and I left ye on the doorstep and Dumbledore said, he said they were your family, he said they'd, Hagrid, Harry said. It's not your fault. £750 a month, Harry, and ye were wearin', when I came ter get ye yesterday, ye were wearin', Hagrid stopped. He pressed one massive hand over his eyes. Harry turned back to Ironclaw. Something had crystallized in him. Something cold and clear and sharp, like ice forming on a window, and through it the world looked different. Cleaner. Simpler. I want to do it, he said. The audit. The summons. All of it. Ironclaw inclined his head. I should inform you that this process, once initiated, cannot be quietly reversed. The Dursleys will be compelled to respond. The magical assessment of your living conditions will become part of the official record. And while Gringotts proceedings are confidential by default, the involvement of a magical guardian, particularly one as prominent as Albus Dumbledore, may attract attention. Good, Harry said, and meant it. Ironclaw studied him for a long moment. Whatever he saw seemed to satisfy him, because he reached into his jacket and produced a second, smaller folder, this one bound in dark leather with a seal on the front that Harry didn't recognize. Then I will need your authorization, Mr. Potter. As the primary account holder and aggrieved party, you must formally request the audit and approve the filing of any subsequent claims. He placed the folder in front of Harry and opened it. Inside was a single sheet of parchment, covered in text so small Harry had to lean forward to read it. This document authorizes Gringotts to conduct a full financial audit of all disbursements from the Potter estate, to perform a retroactive welfare assessment of the account holder, and to pursue restitution through any and all legal channels available under Goblin Law. Harry picked up the quill Ironclaw placed beside the parchment. It was black, sharp-nibbed, and heavier than it looked. "One more thing," Harry said, the quill hovering. "The audit of the disbursements, it'll show exactly where the money went. Down to the last canute. And the welfare assessment, it'll show where I slept. What I ate. All of it." Something shifted in Ironclaw's expression. For just a moment, the professional mask slipped, and beneath it Harry saw something raw and ancient and very, very angry. Goblins valued children. Harry didn't know this yet, wouldn't learn it for some time, but goblin culture considered the mistreatment of a child, any child, to be an offense that curdled the blood. Not because goblins were sentimental. Because children were the future, and the future was an investment, and you did not squander investments. You did not starve them or dress them in rags or lock them in cupboards. "Every detail, Mr. Potter," Ironclaw said quietly. "I give you my word." Harry signed. The parchment glowed once, a warm gold, like the pulse of the key, and then the light faded, and it was just parchment again, except that it wasn't, because Harry had just set something in motion that could not be stopped. Ironclaw took the document, examined the signature, and placed it back in the folder with the care of a man handling a loaded weapon. "The audit will begin immediately," he said. "The welfare assessment requires a Gringotts assessor to examine you. With your permission, this can be done now, or at a later date." "Now," Harry said. "Let's do it now." The assessment took 40 minutes. A goblin healer, or whatever the Gringotts equivalent was, came to the room with a smooth black stone the size of an egg and asked Harry to hold it. The stone grew warm in his hands, then hot, then pulsed with the same gold light as the parchment, and Harry felt something pass through him, not painful, but invasive, like someone flipping through the pages of a book that happened to be his body. When it was done, the goblin healer placed the stone on the desk and spoke to Ironclaw in rapid gobbledygook. Harry couldn't understand the words, but he understood the tone. He'd heard adults use that tone before, tight, clipped, the sound of someone delivering bad news while trying very hard to remain professional. Ironclaw listened without expression. When the healer finished, he nodded once, and the healer left without looking at Harry. "Mr. Potter," Ironclaw said, and now his voice was very carefully controlled. "The assessment has been recorded. I will not burden you with the full details at this time, but I will tell you what the record shows, because you have a right to know, and because it is relevant to the claim." Harry nodded. His hands were steady in his lap. He noticed this with a kind of detached surprise: steady hands, steady breathing, even though the room felt like it was balanced on a knife's edge. The assessment indicates chronic malnutrition consistent with sustained inadequate feeding over a period of approximately 10 years. You are significantly underweight and undersized for your age. There is evidence of repeated minor injuries consistent with manual labor inappropriate for a child. Your eyesight has deteriorated due to a corrective prescription that has not been updated in at least 4 years. There is evidence of— Ironclaw paused, and Harry saw his jaw tighten, the muscles working beneath the leathery skin. There is evidence of prolonged confinement in a space approximately 4 feet by 7 feet, consistent with— the assessment identifies it as a cupboard. "Under the stairs," Harry said. "That's where I slept." He said it simply, because it was simply true, and because he'd learned a long time ago that there was no point in being dramatic about things that were just your life. You lived in a cupboard. You were hungry. Your cousin hit you and your uncle grabbed you by the collar and your aunt pretended you didn't exist. These were facts, like gravity, like weather. You didn't cry about gravity. But Ironclaw's hands had curled on the desk, and his fingernails, those yellow glass claws, were pressing into the stone surface hard enough to leave marks. "The discrepancy between the funds disbursed and the care provided," Ironclaw said, each word bitten off cleanly, "is not marginal, Mr. Potter. It is total. £90,000 were paid for your upbringing, and the assessment shows that functionally none of that money was spent on you. This is not negligence. This is theft. Under Goblin Law, it is also fraud, which carries additional penalties." Hagrid made a sound. A low, wounded sound, like a dog that's been kicked. Harry didn't look at him. If he looked at Hagrid, he'd see pity, and pity was the one thing that would crack the ice, and he couldn't afford that right now. "The summons," Harry said. "How long until it's ready?" "I will have it drafted within 24 hours. It will be delivered to the Dursley residence within 48. They will have 7 days to respond, though the compulsion built into the summons will ensure they do not ignore it." Compulsion? Goblin legal summons are not suggestions, Mr. Potter. They are enchanted documents. Once received, the named party is magically compelled to comply with the terms, in this case, to appear before a Gringotts adjudication panel on the appointed date. The compulsion is not violent or painful. It is simply irresistible. Like the need to breathe. Harry thought about Uncle Vernon receiving an enchanted legal document. Thought about his fat purple face and his blustering and his absolute, marrow-deep terror of anything that smacked of the abnormal. Thought about how Vernon Dursley had spent 10 years making Harry afraid, and how in 48 hours, Vernon Dursley was going to understand what it felt like. He didn't smile. But something in his chest unclenched for the first time in as long as he could remember. "Do it," he said. Ironclaw stood. He was shorter than Harry, most goblins were, but in that moment, with his sharp suit and his bronze eyes and the cold precision of his anger, he seemed very tall indeed. "With pleasure, Mr. Potter," he said. He extended a hand. Harry stared at it for a moment. Then he reached out and shook it. The goblin's grip was dry, strong, and brief. "One more thing," Ironclaw said, releasing Harry's hand. "You asked earlier about the main Potter vault. Vault 612. Yes. I cannot give you a full accounting today, the estate is complex, and a proper review will take time. But I can tell you this much, the Potter family is one of the oldest depositors at Gringotts. Your vault has been active since 1307. The current balance, not including properties, investments, and artifacts, is approximately 3,400,000 galleons. The number didn't mean anything. It was too big. It was like being told the distance to the sun, technically informative, practically incomprehensible. Harry heard it and let it wash over him and decided to think about it later, when the world wasn't spinning quite so fast. "I'll want that full accounting," he said. "When you have time." Something flickered across Ironclaw's face. That same ghost of respect. "I will make time, Mr. Potter. The Potter accounts have been in custodial management for a decade. Frankly, they deserve better attention than they've received. I intend to correct that." Harry understood what he was being told. Ironclaw wasn't just doing his job. He was claiming the Potter accounts, claiming Harry, as his project. His investment. Goblins didn't do favors, they did opportunities. And Harry Potter, orphan, abuse survivor, heir to a fortune, and the boy who might just embarrass Albus Dumbledore on the public record, Harry Potter was one hell of an opportunity. "Thank you, Ironclaw," Harry said. "Don't thank me yet," Ironclaw said. "Thank me when the Dursleys' bank account is empty and their house is on the market." He paused. "I understand you have shopping to do. Griphook will see you out." Diagon Alley was blinding after the underground corridors of Gringotts. Harry stepped out into the sunshine, blinking, and the noise and color hit him like a wave, witches and wizards in robes of every shade, shop windows crammed with cauldrons and broomsticks and books and things that moved and glittered and hummed. The air smelled like roasting chestnuts and something sweet and unidentifiable that might have been magic itself. Hagrid was quiet. He'd been quiet since the office, and Harry could feel the weight of his silence, thick and heavy as a storm cloud. The big man walked beside him, one hand on Harry's shoulder, not steering this time, just resting there, like he needed the contact. "Hagrid," Harry said, as they stood on the white steps of the bank with the crowd flowing around them. "Are you all right?" Hagrid let out a breath that could have powered a small windmill. "No, Harry. No, I'm not. I'm about as far from all right as a man can get without falling off the edge. He looked down at Harry, and his eyes were red. I shoulda checked on ya. All those years, I shoulda come by, shoulda made sure. Did Dumbledore tell you not to? Hagrid flinched. It was a small thing on a man that large, a tightening of the shoulders, a flicker in the eyes, but Harry saw it, because Harry was very, very good at reading the flinches of people bigger than him. He said it was best if ye grew up away from all this, Hagrid said slowly. Said the fame'd go to your head if ye were raised in the wizardin' world. Said your aunt and uncle'd give ye a normal childhood. His voice broke on the last two words. He was wrong, Harry said. Not angry. Just factual. Like gravity. Like weather. Yeah, Hagrid said. Yeah, he was. They stood there for a moment, the two of them, while Diagon Alley buzzed and sparkled around them. Then Hagrid pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, it was the size of a tablecloth, and blew his nose with a sound like a foghorn. Right, he said, stuffing it back. Right, well. We've got your list, and we've got your gold, and we've got a lot ter do. Come on, Harry. Let's get ye sorted. Harry nodded. But before he moved, he turned and looked back at Gringotts, at the white marble, the bronze doors, the warning carved above the entrance. Enter, stranger, but take heed / of what awaits the sin of greed. He thought about the Dursleys, sitting in their neat house on their neat street, with no idea what was coming. He thought about Uncle Vernon's savings account, swollen with money that should have fed and clothed a child, and instead had paid for Dudley's television and Aunt Petunia's conservatory and Uncle Vernon's company car. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs, and the darkness, and the spiders, and the way the lock clicked shut from the outside. Then he turned away and followed Hagrid into the sunlight. The shopping was a blur of wonder that almost, pushed the Gringotts revelations to the back of Harry's mind. Madame Malkin's for robes, where he stood on a stool and was fitted with clothes that were actually his size for the first time in his life, and the sensation was so foreign he kept tugging at the sleeves as if they'd shrink. The apothecary for potions ingredients, where everything smelled like a garden having a nervous breakdown. Flourish and blots for books, where Harry got his first real look at the scope of what he was stepping into. It was in Flourish and blots that the day took its second unexpected turn. Harry was standing in the textbook section, arms full of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 and a history of magic and magical theory, trying to work out how to pick up 1,000 magical herbs and fungi without dropping everything, when a voice beside him said, "You've got them in the wrong order." He turned. A girl about his age was standing 3 feet away, brown-skinned and bushy-haired, with front teeth slightly too large for her face and eyes that were taking in his stack of books with an intensity that suggested she was reading the spines and judging his organizational system. "Sorry," Harry said. "Your books. You've got magical theory on top of a history of magic, but magical theory references concepts from the first 3 chapters of a history of magic constantly, so you really ought to read the history first, which means it should be on top so you see it first when you unpack, unless you're the sort of person who unpacks from the bottom, in which case never mind, but statistically most people unpack from the top." She paused for breath. "I'm Hermione Granger." "Harry," he said. "Harry Potter." Her eyes went wide. They did the thing, flicked to his forehead, to the scar, back to his eyes. But unlike the people in the leaky cauldron, who'd stared and gasped and tried to shake his hand like he was a politician, this girl's reaction was immediate and enthusiastic in a different way entirely. "I've read about you," she said. "You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. I bought them all for background reading, they're not on the school list, but I thought it was important to understand the context, you know. I'm Muggle-born, so everything is quite new, but I've read all the textbooks already and several supplementary." "You've read all the textbooks?" Harry said. "School hasn't started yet." "Well, yes, obviously, that's the point. If you read them before school starts, you arrive prepared instead of confused. Don't you think?" Harry looked at her. She was speaking very fast and standing very straight, and there was something underneath the torrent of words, a nervous energy, a desire to prove herself, to demonstrate that she belonged here in this world of magic and robes and talking hats even though she'd come from the same place Harry had. The non-magical world. The world where things made sense in boring, predictable ways, and then suddenly didn't. I think, Harry said carefully, that I've had a very strange morning and you're the first person today who's talked to me like I'm just a person, and I appreciate that. Hermione blinked. Then she smiled, and the nervousness in her face softened into something genuine. Oh. Well. You are just a person, aren't you? I mean, you're Harry Potter, obviously, but you're also 11, and you're holding your books wrong. Harry laughed. Twice in one day, a record. Here, Hermione said, reaching out and rearranging his stack with quick, decisive movements. History on top, then theory, then spells, then herbs and fungi at the bottom because it's the heaviest. Are you going to Hogwarts too? Of course you are, stupid question. Which house do you want? I've been reading about them and I think Gryffindor sounds best, though Ravenclaw would suit me, but Dumbledore was in Gryffindor, so, the name hit Harry like a splash of cold water. Dumbledore. The man who'd left him with the Dursleys. The man who'd authorized payments for his care and never checked to see if that care was being provided. The man who'd told Hagrid that Harry needed a normal childhood, and then walked away for 10 years. What do you know about Dumbledore? Harry asked. Oh, loads. He's considered the greatest wizard of the modern age. Defeated Grindelwald in 1945, discovered the 12 uses of dragon's blood. He's the chief warlock of the Wizengamot and the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Everyone says he's brilliant. She tilted her head. Why? Just curious, Harry said. But his mind was working. The man who'd authorized the payments was the most powerful wizard in Britain. The headmaster of the school Harry was about to attend. Chief warlock, supreme mugwump, defeater of dark lords. Not someone you challenged lightly. Good thing Harry wasn't feeling light. Do they sell law books here? He asked Hermione. She brightened. Third aisle on the left. I saw a whole section on magical law and governance. I almost bought an introduction to wizarding legal frameworks but Mum said I had enough books. She made a face that suggested she disagreed with this assessment on a fundamental level. Show me, Harry said. They wound through the shop together, past the towering shelves, past a section where books were chained to the shelving and growling at passers-by, past a display of enchanted quills that were writing promotional messages in the air, and arrived at the legal section, which was dusty and quiet and clearly not Flourish and Blot's biggest draw. Harry scanned the spines. Wizarding Property Law. A Guide to Wizengamot Procedure. Goblin-Wizard Relations, A Legal History. He pulled that last one off the shelf and flipped it open. Dense text, small print, but the chapter headings were promising: The Treaty of 1412, Gringotts Jurisdiction and Enforcement, Financial Restitution under Goblin Law. This one, he said, adding it to his stack. Hermione peered at the title. Are you interested in Goblin Law? I have a situation, Harry said, that involves Goblin Law. She stared at him. He could see the questions multiplying behind her eyes, a cascade of them, each one spawning 3 more. But something, maybe his tone, maybe his expression, made her hold them back. If you need help with research, she said, in a voice that was trying very hard to be casual, I'm quite good at it. I'll remember that, Harry said. Thanks, Hermione. The last stop was Ollivander's. The shop was narrow and dusty, and the old man behind the counter had pale, moon-like eyes that seemed to see straight through Harry and out the other side. Harry liked him immediately, not because Ollivander was warm or friendly, he wasn't, but because he was honest. He looked at Harry's scar and said, I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did that, and there was no pretense in it, no performance. Just a man who remembered every wand he'd ever sold, and lived with the consequences. The wand chose Harry. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. When Harry picked it up, warmth flooded through his fingers and up his arm and into his chest, and the tip erupted in a shower of red and gold sparks that lit up the dim shop like fireworks. Curious, Ollivander murmured, those pale eyes bright. Very curious. What's curious? Harry asked, already knowing from the old man's tone that the answer would be significant. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. And the wand that feather went into, well, that wand gave you your scar, Mr. Potter. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. Holly, pale and smooth. It hummed against his palm like a living thing. The wand of Voldemort's brother. I think, Harry said slowly, that we should expect great things from each other. Ollivander's eyebrows rose. I said precisely the same thing to Tom Riddle, once. I know, Harry said, though he didn't, not really. It had just felt like the right thing to say. Like the wand had whispered it to him. He paid 7 galleons and walked out into the fading afternoon light of Diagon Alley, holly wand in hand, and felt something settle into place. Not peace, it was too sharp for that. Purpose. Direction. The sense of a path opening up before him, narrow and dark and winding, but his. Hagrid was waiting outside with an enormous birdcage. Inside was the most beautiful owl Harry had ever seen, snowy white, with great amber eyes that regarded him with serene, almost regal attention. Happy birthday, Harry, Hagrid said, and his smile was wide and watery and real. Harry took the cage. The owl hooted softly and butted her head against the bars, and Harry felt something hot and tight in his throat that he refused to examine too closely. Thank you, Hagrid, he said. Really? Thank you. Hagrid nodded, sniffed, and pulled out the tablecloth handkerchief again. They made their way back through the leaky cauldron and out into Muggle London, where the noise and traffic and mundane reality of the non-magical world closed over them like water over a stone. Hagrid walked Harry to King's Cross Station, pressed a train ticket into his hand for September 1st, and gave him a bone-crushing hug that lifted Harry clean off the ground. "You'll be all right, Harry," Hagrid said, setting him down. "Whatever happens with the goblins and the Dursleys and all of it, you'll be all right. Your parents be proud of ya." Harry nodded. He couldn't speak. The hot tight thing in his throat had expanded, and if he opened his mouth it would get out, and he wasn't ready for that. Not yet. Hagrid left. Harry stood on the platform with his trunk and his owl and his wand and his new books and the knowledge that in less than 2 days, a goblin in a suit was going to knock on the door of number 4 Privet Drive and hand Vernon Dursley a document that would change everything. He took the train back to Little Whinging. He walked the familiar streets, the trunk heavy and awkward, the owl cage balanced on top, getting looks from every person he passed because a boy with a snowy owl and a trunk covered in brass buckles was not a normal sight in suburban Surrey. Number 4 looked exactly the same. Clean windows, trimmed hedge, Vernon's car in the drive. The door was painted green. The doorbell played a little chime. Everything normal, everything neat, everything exactly as it had always been. Harry walked up the path, opened the door, and stepped inside. The Dursleys were in the sitting room. The telly was on, some game show Dudley liked, and the remains of dinner were visible through the kitchen doorway. Roast chicken. Potatoes. Green beans. A normal dinner. A dinner that Harry had not been invited to, because he'd been away all day doing freakish things, and when he wasn't here to cook, Aunt Petunia actually had to do it herself, which she resented. Uncle Vernon looked up. His mustache bristled. His small eyes took in the trunk, the owl, the robes visible through the gap in the trunk's lid, and his face began its familiar journey from pink to red to that particular shade of puce that meant the shouting was about to start. "What," Vernon said, "is the meaning of, 'I had a very interesting day,'" Harry said. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. Something in his tone, something new, something that hadn't been there yesterday, made Vernon's mouth snap shut mid-bluster. I went to Gringotts, Harry continued. That's the Wizard Bank. I met my account manager. We had a long talk about my parents' money and where it's been going for the last 10 years. The color drained from Vernon's face. Not slowly, all at once, like someone had pulled a plug. One moment puce, the next white. Paper white. Hospital white. Petunia appeared in the doorway behind him, a dish towel in her hands. She'd heard. Harry could tell from the way her knuckles had gone bloodless around the towel, the way her long neck was rigid, the way her eyes, so unlike Lily Potter's, so unlike his mother's, had gone very, very still. 150 galleons a month, Harry said. £750. For 10 years. £90,000, give or take, deposited into your bank account for my care. My food. My clothes. My well-being. He paused. I slept in a cupboard. Vernon's chair creaked as he shifted. His mouth moved, but nothing came out. Dudley, on the sofa, looked between his parents and Harry with the confused alarm of a boy who'd never seen his father speechless. In 48 hours, Harry said, you're going to receive a legal summons from Gringotts. You will be required to appear before a goblin adjudication panel and account for every pound of that money. If you can't, and we both know you can't, they will take it back. All of it. Your savings, your assets, whatever it takes to balance the ledger. You can't, Vernon found his voice, but it was thin, strangled, nothing like the booming bark that had terrorized Harry for 10 years. You ungrateful little, we took you in, we fed you, we put a roof over you put me in a cupboard, Harry said. You fed me scraps. You dressed me in Dudley's cast-offs and told me my parents were drunks who died in a car crash. And you were paid, handsomely, to do even that much. Now see here, Vernon started to rise from his chair. Sit down, Uncle Vernon. Vernon sat. He sat because Harry's voice hadn't wavered, hadn't risen, hadn't cracked. Because Harry was looking at him with eyes that were green and calm and absolutely, terrifyingly certain. Because for 10 years Vernon Dursley had bullied a small boy who couldn't fight back, and in the space of a single day, that boy had become someone else entirely. I'm going upstairs, Harry said. To Dudley's second bedroom. Which is my bedroom now. I'm going to unpack my things and read my books and go to sleep. In September, I'm going to Hogwarts. Between now and then, you're going to leave me alone. You're not going to shout at me, you're not going to lock me in, you're not going to touch me. Because in 48 hours, a goblin in a very nice suit is going to knock on your door, and what happens after that depends entirely on how cooperative you are. He picked up his trunk, tucked the owl cage under his arm, and walked past the sitting room, past the kitchen, past the cupboard under the stairs. He didn't look at it, not once, and up the staircase. Behind him, the Dursley household was silent. Not the comfortable silence of a family at rest. The held-breath silence of people who have just realized that the ground beneath their feet is not as solid as they thought. Harry reached the landing, opened the door to Dudley's second bedroom, and stepped inside. It was full of broken toys and discarded books and the detritus of a boy who had too much of everything and valued none of it. Harry set down his trunk, placed the owl cage on the desk, and opened the window to let in the evening air. The owl, he'd name her Hedwig, he decided, after a name he'd found in a history of magic, ruffled her feathers and hooted softly. Harry sat on the bed. It had a mattress. A real mattress, thick and soft, with a proper pillow and a duvet that smelled clean. He ran his hand over it and felt something in his chest crack, not break, not shatter, but crack, like ice in spring, like the first fracture that lets the thaw begin. He didn't cry. He was 11 years old and he'd never learned how, not really, because crying in the cupboard only made the Dursleys angrier and crying at school only made the other kids laugh. But he sat on that bed and breathed, and the breathing was shaky, and that was close enough. On the desk, the Goblin-Wizard Relations book sat on top of his stack, its spine catching the fading sunlight. Tomorrow he'd start reading. Tomorrow he'd begin to understand the machinery that Ironclaw had set in motion and the world he was stepping into. Tomorrow he'd write to Hermione Granger, because she was good at research and he had a feeling he was going to need someone good at research. But tonight, he just breathed. Downstairs, very faintly, he heard the sound of Aunt Petunia crying. He pulled the pillow against his chest, lay back on the bed, and closed his eyes. 48 hours. He woke early. Dawn light, gray and thin, slipping through the window he'd left open. Hedwig was gone, out hunting, probably, and the room was cool and quiet and his. Harry lay still for a moment, letting the reality settle. Yesterday had happened. All of it. Gringotts, Ironclaw, the assessment, the decision. The look on Vernon's face. He got up, dressed in his own new clothes. The robes were for school, but Madame Malkin had thrown in a set of ordinary trousers and a shirt when she'd seen what he was wearing, free of charge, with a look on her face that he hadn't wanted to examine, and went downstairs. The kitchen was empty. Abnormally empty. No Petunia at the stove, no Vernon at the table with his newspaper, no Dudley inhaling toast. The house was holding its breath. Harry made himself breakfast. Eggs, toast, bacon, food he'd cooked for the Dursleys 1,000 times but rarely been allowed to eat. He sat at the table in Vernon's chair and ate slowly, methodically, tasting every bite. He was on his second cup of tea when Petunia appeared. She looked like she hadn't slept. Her face was drawn, her eyes puffy, and she was gripping the doorframe as though it were the only thing keeping her upright. "Harry," she said. Her voice was raw. He looked at her over his tea. Waited. "Your uncle he's making phone calls. To our solicitor." She swallowed. "This summons. Can it really?" "Yes," Harry said. "It can." She stood there, and for a moment the mask slipped, the pursed lips, the disdainful sniff, the decades of performed contempt, and underneath was a woman who looked old and frightened and very, very tired. "We didn't ask for you," she whispered. "You were left on our doorstep like a parcel. No one asked us. No one asked if we wanted, you were paid," Harry said. "Every month. And you took the money. You could have sent me away, Aunt Petunia. You could have told Dumbledore you didn't want me. But you kept me, because you were being paid, and you kept the money, because you wanted it. And you spent it on yourselves while I slept in a cupboard and wore Dudley's hand-me-downs and went to school hungry." Her mouth worked. "It wasn't, we didn't, you did," Harry said. Gently, almost. "You know you did." Petunia's hand came up to her mouth. She pressed it there hard, as if physically holding something in, words, grief, the truth, and turned and walked away. Harry finished his tea. Then he washed his cup, dried it, put it away, and went upstairs to read. He started with Goblin-Wizard relations, a legal history. It was dry and dense and poorly organized, but the information was there, and Harry was motivated in a way that made dry prose irrelevant. He read about the Treaty of 1412, a landmark agreement between the Goblin nations and the Wizards' Council, precursor to the Ministry of Magic, that established Gringotts' legal independence and enforcement authority. He read about the enforcement clause, which gave Gringotts the right to pursue restitution for financial crimes involving vault funds, regardless of the nationality, species, or magical status of the offending party. He read about precedents, cases where goblins had seized Muggle assets, where they'd compelled Muggle attendance at Gringotts proceedings, where they'd stripped vaults and titles from wizards who'd defrauded the bank. The goblins didn't lose. That was the pattern. Case after case, century after century, the goblins didn't lose, because their laws were older and sharper and they didn't care about politics or sentiment or the greater good. They cared about balance. Money in, money out, and if the numbers didn't match, someone paid. Harry read until noon, then wrote a letter. "Dear Hermione, it was good to meet you at Flourish and Blots. I hope you don't mind me writing, I got your address from the shop register. They keep track of first-year purchases, apparently. I have a question. You said you're good at research. How good? Because I'm dealing with something involving Goblin financial law and the Treaty of 1412, and I could use a second pair of eyes. No pressure. But if you're interested, I can explain more. Harry he tied it to Hedwig's leg. She'd returned at mid-morning with a dead mouse and an air of satisfaction, and sent her off. Then he went back to reading. The reply came faster than he'd expected. Hedwig returned just before sunset, looking pleased with herself, with a letter that was 3 pages long and covered in Hermione's small, neat handwriting. Dear Harry, I don't mind at all. I was hoping you'd write. I've been reading about Goblin Law since you mentioned it. I bought An Introduction to Wizarding Legal Frameworks. After all, Mum changed her mind when I told her it was for a friend's legal situation, which technically it is now. The Treaty of 1412 is fascinating. Did you know it's been tested 37 times in front of the Wizengamot, and the goblins have won every single case? The enforcement mechanisms are extraordinary. The compulsion charms on legal summonses alone are worth a chapter of study. Tell me everything. I mean it. Everything. Hermione P.S. Your owl is beautiful. What's her name? Harry read the letter twice, then smiled, a real one, wide and unguarded, the kind he didn't have much practice with. He pulled out a fresh piece of parchment and began to write. He told her everything. The stipends. The Dursleys. The audit. The assessment. Ironclaw. All of it. It poured out of him in a way that surprised him. He hadn't told anyone the full story, not even Hagrid, who'd been there for most of it. But Hermione had asked, genuinely asked, and there was something about her, the earnestness, the hunger for information, the complete absence of pity, that made it safe to tell. He sealed the letter, gave it to Hedwig, and watched her disappear into the darkening sky. Then he sat at the desk and opened Goblin-Wizard Relations to the chapter on enforcement procedures, and kept reading. Tomorrow was the 48th hour. Tomorrow, the summons would arrive. And Harry Potter, age 11, sitting in a room that used to be his cousin's dumping ground, wearing clothes that fit for the first time in his life, with gold in a vault and a goblin in a suit and a bushy-haired girl who'd read all her textbooks before school even started, Harry Potter was ready. Not for everything. Not for Hogwarts or Voldemort or whatever else the wizarding world was going to throw at him. He wasn't naive enough to think that readiness was something you achieved once and kept forever. But for this, for the Dursleys, for the reckoning, for the first act of his new life, he was ready. He turned the page and kept reading. Chapter 2, Served cold. The goblin courier's name was Bogrod, and he had been chosen for this particular assignment because he was, in the professional estimation of his colleagues, the most unpleasant goblin currently employed in Gringotts' Legal Enforcement Division. This was not an insult. In the Legal Enforcement Division, unpleasantness was a career asset, and Bogrod had cultivated his like a master gardener tends prize roses. He was 4 feet tall in his boots, goblin-forged, steel-toed, polished to a mirror shine, and wore a suit so black it seemed to absorb light. His briefcase was made from dragon hide, his cufflinks were tiny silver axes, and his face had the general warmth and approachability of a cliff face in February. He had been briefed on the case by Ironclaw personally. He had read the welfare assessment. He had seen the photographs the magic had produced, the cupboard, the broken camp bed, the child-sized handprint on the inside of the door where a small boy had pressed his palm flat against the wood, over and over, in the dark. Bogrod was not sentimental. He was a goblin, and goblins didn't waste energy on sentiment when cold professional fury would do. But he had looked at those photographs, and he had looked at the disbursement records, and he had said to Ironclaw, in gobbledygook, a phrase that roughly translated to, "I will enjoy this." Ironclaw had nodded. "See that you do." It was 10 o'clock on a Tuesday morning when Bogrod appeared on Privet Drive. The method of his arrival would have concerned the Ministry of Magic considerably had they been aware of it. Goblins were not, technically, permitted to use the Wizard Apparition Network, but goblins had their own means of getting places, older and quieter, and the Ministry's awareness of these methods was approximately nil. He stood on the pavement outside number 4 and surveyed the house with the critical eye of someone who appraised properties for a living. Detached. 4 bedrooms, by the look of it. Well maintained. Recent conservatory addition on the south side. He noted this with particular interest, given that the construction date corresponded neatly with a period of notably high disbursements from the Potter vault. The car in the drive was new enough to still have a showroom gleam. Bogrod straightened his cuffs, adjusted his grip on the briefcase, walked up the garden path, and rang the doorbell. Footsteps. Heavy. The door opened. Vernon Dursley filled the doorway the way rising dough fills a tin. He was wearing a shirt and tie despite being at home. The man had been making phone calls to his solicitor all morning, Harry could have told Bogrod, and Vernon Dursley always put on a tie when he wanted to feel in control. His mustache was bristling. His eyes were small and suspicious. Those eyes traveled down. And down. And settled on Bogrod. For a moment, nothing happened. Vernon stared. Bogrod stared back. The morning was quiet, a lawnmower droning 2 streets over, a car passing at the end of the road, a bird singing the oblivious song of a creature that doesn't understand property law. Vernon Dursley. Bogrod said. His voice was like a filing cabinet being opened, metallic, precise, containing things you didn't want to see. Vernon's mouth worked. The color was coming, Harry's predicted journey from pink to red to puce, but it was competing with something else, fear, maybe, or the recognition that the creature on his doorstep was not something that could be shouted into submission. What? Who? You're one of those, Vernon sputtered. I am Bogrod, Senior Enforcement Courier, Gringotts Legal Division. He opened the briefcase. Inside, nestled in black velvet like a jewel in a case, was a single envelope. It was cream-colored, heavy, and sealed with a wax stamp bearing the Gringotts crest, crossed axes over a gemstone. The seal glowed faintly. Pulsing. Alive. Bogrod removed the envelope and held it out. Vernon and Petunia Dursley, you are hereby served with a formal summons to appear before a Gringotts adjudication panel regarding the matter of Potter Estate vs. Dursley, case reference GLA, 1991-4437. The charges are financial fraud, misappropriation of entrusted funds, and breach of fiduciary duty under the Goblin Financial Restitution Act, as recognized by the Treaty of 1412. Vernon didn't take the envelope. His hands had come up, palms out, as though he could physically block the words from reaching him. Now see here, I don't know what this is about, but we don't deal with your sort, and whatever that freak has told you, you do not need to take the envelope, Mr. Dursley, Bogrod said pleasantly. The summons has been served. It is magically binding upon delivery. Whether you hold the physical document or not is a matter of personal preference, not legal relevance. As if to demonstrate, he released the envelope. It didn't fall. It floated, hanging in the air between them at chest height, the seal pulsing steadily, like a heartbeat. Like a countdown. Vernon made a noise. A strangled, wheezing sort of noise, the sound of a man whose carefully constructed world was developing cracks in the foundation. He stumbled back from the door, away from the floating envelope, and collided with the hallway table. A china vase wobbled. A framed photograph of Dudley in his smelting's uniform toppled face down. The summons compels your attendance at Gringotts Bank, London, on the 12th of August at 9 o'clock in the morning, Bogrod continued, stepping neatly over the threshold. He had not been invited in. He did not require an invitation. Both named parties, yourself and Petunia Dursley, are required to attend. Failure to appear is not possible. The compulsion enchantment woven into the summons will ensure your attendance regardless of your personal wishes. I advise cooperation. It is significantly more comfortable. Petunia. Vernon bellowed, finding volume if not coherence. Petunia, get down here. Bogrod waited. He was very good at waiting. It was one of his professional skills. Petunia appeared at the top of the stairs. She'd been dressed and ready for hours. Harry had heard her pacing since dawn, the click-click-click of her low heels on the upstairs landing. She looked down at Bogrod, and the blood drained from her face so completely that for a moment she looked like a photograph of herself, all contrast and no color. "Mrs. Dursley," Bogrod said, inclining his head. "The summons applies to you equally. I trust your husband will share the details." The envelope drifted into the house of its own accord, floated serenely down the hallway, and settled on the kitchen table with the gentleness of a leaf landing on still water. The seal pulsed once more and then went dark, though the faintest glow remained around the edges, as if the envelope were merely sleeping. "You will find all relevant details within the document," Bogrod said. "The adjudication panel will consist of 3 Gringotts arbitrators. You are entitled to representation, though I should note that the proceedings fall under goblin jurisdiction, and human solicitors tend to find the experience educational." The faintest twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Do you have any questions?" Vernon was leaning against the hallway wall, breathing like a man who'd run a mile. Petunia was gripping the banister with both hands, knuckles white, staring at the envelope on the kitchen table as though it were a bomb. "You can't do this," Vernon said. His voice was hoarse. This isn't legal. We're British citizens. You can't just come into our home and, the Treaty of 1412 predates British citizenship, Mr. Dursley. It predates Britain. I assure you, this is entirely legal. The matter has been tested in court numerous times. The Goblin nation has prevailed on every occasion." Bogrod reached into his briefcase and produced a small card, cream-colored, like the envelope, with Gringotts' crest embossed in gold. "Should you wish to discuss the proceedings in advance, you may contact the legal division at this address. I recommend arriving promptly on the 12th. The arbitrators do not appreciate tardiness." He placed the card on the hallway table, next to the fallen photograph of Dudley. Then he turned, walked out the front door, and closed it behind him with a soft, definitive click. On the kitchen table, the envelope glowed. Harry heard the doorbell from Dudley's second bedroom. He heard Vernon's blustering, Bogrod's clipped responses, and the bellow for Petunia. He didn't go downstairs. He didn't need to see it. He sat on his bed with goblin-wizard relations open in his lap and listened to the sound of his old life ending, and felt, what? Not triumph. Not satisfaction, exactly. Something quieter than that. Something that settled into his bones like warmth. Recognition. That's what it was. The recognition that something unjust was being called unjust, formally, officially, on the record. That the cupboard and the hunger and the hand-me-downs weren't just his private misery, his personal normal. They were wrong, and someone, a whole bank full of someones, agreed that they were wrong, and was going to do something about it. That mattered. It mattered more than the money. The front door closed. A long silence. Then the shouting started. Not at Harry, Vernon didn't dare, not now, and they both knew it, but between Vernon and Petunia, a furious, hissing argument conducted in the kitchen with the door shut, as though volume control could preserve the illusion of normalcy. Harry caught fragments. Vernon's bluster about solicitors and rights and this being England, for God's sake. Petunia's high, thin voice saying something about told you and should never have and, once, with a venom that surprised even Harry, your idea to keep the money, Vernon, yours, don't you dare put this on me. He tuned them out and returned to his book. He was halfway through the chapter on adjudication procedures now, and the picture was becoming clearer. Gringotts' adjudication panels were 3 goblin tribunals with absolute authority over financial disputes involving vault funds. The proceedings were conducted in English, a concession to non-goblin parties, but governed entirely by Goblin Law. There was no appeal to the ministry. No appeal to the Wisengamot. Once the panel ruled, the ruling was enforced, swiftly, completely, and without mercy. The Dursleys were going to lose. Harry had known this since Ironclaw's office, in a gut-level way, the way you know the ground is down and the sky is up. But now, reading the law, seeing the precedents, understanding the machinery, he knew it intellectually too. The evidence was overwhelming. The assessment was incontrovertible. The Dursleys had been paid £90,000 for Harry's care, and Harry had been starved and neglected and locked in a cupboard. There was no argument that could bridge that gap. No solicitor clever enough, no excuse sympathetic enough. They were going to lose everything. Harry closed the book and stared at the ceiling. He thought about Dudley. Not with anger. Anger at Dudley was like anger at a trained dog. The dog did what it was taught, and Dudley had been taught that Harry was less than him, that Harry's things were his things, that Harry's space was his space. Dudley had never been given a reason to question this, because Vernon and Petunia had built their household around the principle that Dudley Dursley deserved everything and Harry Potter deserved nothing. Dudley was going to suffer for this. Not directly, the summons was for Vernon and Petunia, but when the money was seized, when the savings were gone, when the house was potentially on the market. Dudley's life was going to change. No more new televisions. No more 37 birthday presents. No more private school. Harry tried to feel bad about this and found that he couldn't. Not because he was cruel, but because the alternative, feeling bad for Dudley and letting the Dursleys keep money they'd stolen from him, was a trade he wasn't willing to make. Not anymore. He'd spent 10 years making that trade, swallowing his own needs to keep the peace, accepting less so that the Dursleys could have more. No more. A knock on the door. Soft, almost tentative. "Come in," Harry said. The door opened. Dudley stood there. Harry had never seen his cousin look like this. Dudley was built like a young bull, broad, heavy, with a face that defaulted to either smug satisfaction or piggy-eyed malice. But now he looked small somehow. Deflated. His eyes were red, and he was holding a chocolate bar, not eating it, just holding it, the way a child holds a comfort object. "Mum's crying," Dudley said. "Dad's on the phone. He's been shouting at someone for an hour." Harry said nothing. He waited. "Is it true?" Dudley asked. "What you said last night? About the money?" "Yes." "How much?" £90,000. "Give or take?" Dudley's mouth opened. Closed. He looked at the chocolate bar in his hand as if he'd never seen one before. "That's. Dad's always said we could barely afford, he said you were a burden." "I know what he said, Dudley." Dudley looked at him. Really looked, maybe for the first time in their lives, not at the scrawny kid in the cupboard, not at the victim, not at the target, but at Harry, who looked back at him steadily and without flinching. "Are they going to take our house?" Dudley asked. "I don't know. That depends on the hearing." "Can you stop it?" "I could." "I won't." Dudley's face crumpled. Not into anger, Harry braced for anger, because angry Dudley was the Dudley he knew, but into something rawer and less familiar. Confusion. Hurt. The first, bewildering understanding that the world was not arranged for his benefit. "I didn't know," Dudley said. "About the money. I didn't know they were being paid." "I believe you," Harry said, and he did. Dudley was many things, spoiled, cruel, thick as a plank, but he was also 11, and he hadn't chosen his parents any more than Harry had. Dudley stood in the doorway for a long moment, the chocolate bar forgotten in his hand. Then he turned and walked away, and Harry heard his heavy footsteps on the stairs, and then the slam of his bedroom door. Harry picked up his quill and a fresh piece of parchment. He'd had an idea during the night, the kind that arrives fully formed at 3 in the morning and refuses to go away. He wasn't going to write to Hermione, her response to his last letter was probably still in transit. He was going to write to Ironclaw. "Dear Ironclaw, I understand the summons has been delivered. Thank you. I have a question about the adjudication process. You mentioned that the panel would assess the discrepancy between funds disbursed and care provided, and that equivalent assets would be seized to balance the ledger. I want to understand what equivalent means in this context. Specifically, does the restitution cover only the original disbursed amount, or does it include penalties, interest, and additional damages? Also, the disbursements were authorized by Albus Dumbledore as my magical guardian. The Goblin's claim is against the Dursleys for misuse of the funds, I understand that. But is there a separate avenue for accountability regarding the person who authorized the disbursements without adequate oversight? Dumbledore authorized payments for my care and apparently never verified that care was being provided. Is there a legal term for that? I'm not asking you to pursue anything against Dumbledore right now. I'm asking you to tell me what my options are. Regards, Harry Potter. He read it over twice, changed a word, then gave it to Hedwig, who had returned at dawn with another mouse and was now preening on top of the wardrobe. Gringotts, he told her. The goblin in the sharp suit. Hedwig blinked her amber eyes, took the letter in her beak, and launched herself through the open window with a grace that made Harry's chest tighten with something warm. He watched her disappear against the morning sky, a white speck dwindling into blue. The rest of the day passed in a strange, suspended quiet. The Dursleys avoided Harry. Harry avoided the Dursleys. They existed in the same house the way planets exist in the same solar system, aware of each other's gravitational pull, but maintaining a careful, hostile distance. Harry read. He finished Goblin-Wizard Relations and started on a history of magic by Bathilda Bagshot, following Hermione's advice to read it before Magical Theory. It was dry. Bagshot's prose had all the excitement of a particularly verbose tax form, but the information was valuable. He learned about the founding of Hogwarts, the Statute of Secrecy, the rise and fall of various dark wizards, and the institutional structures of the wizarding world. He took notes. Not because anyone was making him, but because the information felt like ammunition, and Harry was building an arsenal. Hermione's reply to his second letter arrived that evening, 4 pages this time, and Harry was beginning to suspect that her letters would only get longer. Dear Harry, I've read your letter 3 times and I am furious. Not at you, at the Dursleys and at Dumbledore. I know you said not to be angry on your behalf, but I can't help it, and honestly I think a bit of righteous anger is entirely appropriate here. I've been reading about the Goblin Financial Restitution Act and I think your position is incredibly strong. The key precedent is the case of Grimjaw v. Folly, 1847, where a wizarding family misappropriated funds intended for the care of a ward. The Gringotts panel awarded triple damages, the original amount, plus a 100% penalty for fraud, plus accumulated interest at Goblin standard rates, which are much higher than human banking rates. By the way, Goblins view interest as a reflection of the time value of injustice, which is a fascinating philosophical concept. The Folly family was essentially bankrupt by the end of it. As for Dumbledore, I found something interesting. Under the Magical Guardianship Act of 1787, it's in An Introduction to Wizarding Legal Frameworks, Chapter 11, a magical guardian who authorizes financial disbursements has a legal obligation to ensure those disbursements are used appropriately. Failure to do so constitutes negligent stewardship, which is a civil offense under wizarding law, not Goblin Law. This would be a ministry matter. The penalty ranges from formal censure to removal of guardianship authority, depending on the severity of the negligence. Harry, if Dumbledore authorized payments for 10 years and never once checked on you, that's not just negligence. That's abandonment of duty. And he's not just anyone, he's the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. The standard of care expected of him is higher than average, not lower. I have more to say but I'm running out of parchment. Write back immediately. Hermione. P.S. Hedwig is a wonderful name. She ate 2 of Mum's biscuits and seemed very pleased about it. Harry read the letter with a growing sense of something he couldn't quite name. Warmth, maybe. Or ballast. Hermione Granger had known him for approximately 15 minutes in a bookshop, and she was already doing more research on his behalf than any adult in his life had ever done on anything. Not because she had to. Not because she was being paid. Because she'd been asked, and she was good at it, and she was furious on his behalf, and that combination was apparently all the motivation Hermione Granger needed. He wrote back. Dear Hermione, triple damages. That's useful. Thank you. The Dumbledore angle is something I've been thinking about, but I want to be strategic. One battle at a time. The Dursleys first, that's the clearest case, the most straightforward evidence, and it establishes the record. Once that's settled, the Dumbledore question becomes harder for anyone to ignore, because the evidence from the Dursley case will be on file. I don't want to destroy Dumbledore. I don't even know if he's a bad person or just someone who made a decision and never looked back. But I want answers, and I want accountability, and I want to make sure that the man who's supposed to be running the school I'm about to attend understands that I'm not going to be managed or placed or decided about. Not anymore. Also, I've been thinking. You said you're Muggle-born. That means you came into the wizarding world the same way I did, with no information, no preparation, no guide. Just a letter and a book list. Did anyone explain anything to you? How things work, what to expect, what the rules are? Because nobody explained anything to me either, and I'm starting to think that's not an accident. Harry, P.S. Tell your mum I'm sorry about the biscuits. Hedwig has no manners. He sent the letter and then sat at the desk, thinking. The house was quiet. Vernon had stopped shouting hours ago, replaced by a grim, defeated silence that was somehow worse. Through the floor, Harry could hear the faint sound of the television, Dudley, watching something mindless, taking comfort in the glow. Harry opened the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 by Miranda Goshawk. He'd been focused on law and history, but he was going to be a student in a month, and he wanted to understand what magic actually was, how it worked, what the rules were, what was possible. The book was organized by spell type, starting with the simplest charms. Levitation. Illumination. Locking and unlocking. Each spell had a description, a wand movement diagram, and an incantation. Harry read through them, memorizing the theory, itching to try them but knowing he couldn't, not yet, not here, not without training. But the theory was useful. It told him what magic could do, and more importantly, what it expected of the caster. Intent, Goshawk wrote. The fundamental requirement of all spell work is intent. A wand is a conduit, an incantation is a focus, but the spell itself is born from the caster's will. A wizard who does not mean what he casts will produce nothing. A wizard who means it absolutely will produce wonders. Harry thought about the cupboard. About the times things had happened, strange things, unexplainable things. The time his hair had grown back overnight after Aunt Petunia had cut it to stubble. The time he'd ended up on the school roof without knowing how. The time, most memorably, that the glass at the zoo had vanished and Dudley had fallen into the boa constrictor's enclosure. Intent. He'd wanted his hair back. He'd wanted to be anywhere but in Dudley's reach. He'd wanted, well, he'd been talking to a snake, and the glass had been in the way. A wizard who means it absolutely will produce wonders. He wondered what he could do now, armed not just with instinct but with knowledge and focus and the cold, clear certainty that had been building in him since Gringotts. He wondered what his limits were. He suspected they were further out than anyone expected. He read until midnight, then slept, and dreamed of vaults and gold and a goblin in a sharp suit smiling with too many teeth. The days until the hearing passed in a rhythm of reading, letters, and the muffled sounds of a household in crisis. Vernon called in sick to work, unheard of. Petunia stopped gardening, unprecedented. Even Mrs. Next Door, whose name Harry had never bothered to learn, was noticed peering over the fence with the concerned curiosity of a woman who sensed that the Dursleys' veneer of suburban perfection was developing cracks. Harry learned. He read all his textbooks, not just once but twice, taking notes, cross-referencing, building a mental framework of the magical world that grew more detailed by the day. He read magical theory and understood the principles behind spellwork. He read A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration and grasped the concept of magical energy conversion. He read 1,000 magical herbs and fungi and magical drafts and potions and began to see the connections between potion ingredients and their magical properties, the logic underneath the recipes. And he read the law book, over and over, until he could cite precedents from memory and discuss jurisdictional nuances with a fluency that would have startled most adult wizards. Hermione's letters came daily. She was a relentless researcher. Once pointed at a problem, she attacked it with the focus of a terrier and the thoroughness of an encyclopedia. Her letters grew longer, denser, branching into tangents that were often more valuable than the main thread. She found the Magical Guardianship Act's specific provisions regarding financial oversight. She found historical cases of guardianship being revoked by the Wizengamot. She found, buried in a footnote in an obscure legal text, a reference to something called the ward's right of inquiry, a provision that allowed a magical ward, which Harry technically was, as Dumbledore's charge, to formally demand an accounting of all decisions made on their behalf. "It's not a lawsuit," she wrote. "It's more like a formal request for transparency. But here's the thing, once it's invoked, the Guardian is legally obligated to respond, on the record, to any and all questions. And if they refuse, or if their answers reveal misconduct, the Wizengamot can open an investigation. I think you should hold this in reserve. Don't use it yet. But know it's there." Harry agreed. He wrote back, "You're brilliant and slightly terrifying. I mean that as a compliment." Her response, "I know. And thank you." Ironclaw's reply to Harry's letter arrived on the 5th day, delivered not by owl but by a Gringotts courier, a different one, smaller and less intimidating than Bogrod, who knocked on Harry's bedroom window at dawn and handed him a sealed envelope through the gap. The letter was written on Gringotts stationery, heavy cream parchment with the crest embossed in gold, and Ironclaw's handwriting was as precise and sharp as the goblin himself. "Mr. Potter, in answer to your questions, restitution under the Goblin Financial Restitution Act is not limited to the original disbursed amount. The standard award includes the full disbursed sum, a fraud penalty of 100% of the disbursed sum, effectively doubling the claim, and accumulated interest at the Gringotts standard rate of 7.5% per annum, compounded monthly. My preliminary calculations put the total claim against the Dursleys at approximately £243,000. Their known assets, savings accounts, property equity, and other holdings, total approximately £190,000. The shortfall will be noted on the record and may be recovered from future earnings if the panel so orders. Regarding Albus Dumbledore, you are correct that the claim against the Dursleys is separate from the question of Dumbledore's role. However, the adjudication record will include all relevant facts, including the source and authorization of the disbursements. This record is confidential by default but can be released to other legal bodies, including the Wizengamot, upon the request of the aggrieved party. That would be you. I note your restraint regarding Dumbledore and commend it. A strategic approach will yield better results than an emotional one. The Dursley case first. Dumbledore after, if and when you choose. I have prepared the full accounting of the Potter estate that you requested. It is too extensive to send by courier. I suggest a meeting at Gringotts at your convenience, ideally before the adjudication on the 12th. One final matter, I have formally registered myself as the dedicated account manager for the Potter estate, effective immediately. This is, I want you to understand, not merely an administrative reassignment. It is a professional commitment. The Potter accounts have been neglected. I intend to correct this with thoroughness. Ironclaw Senior Account Manager, Potter Estate Gringotts Legal and Financial Division. Harry read the letter twice. £243,000. The Dursleys had approximately £190,000 in total assets. They were going to be stripped down to nearly nothing, and they'd still owe more. He thought about this. Sat with it. Turned it over in his mind. Then he put the letter away, got dressed, and went downstairs. The kitchen was empty again. The Dursleys were spending most of their time upstairs now, huddled together, Vernon making increasingly desperate phone calls to increasingly baffled solicitors, Petunia alternating between brittle silence and sudden storms of weeping. Harry made himself breakfast, ate at the table, washed his dishes, and went for a walk. Privet Drive was perfectly normal. Sprinklers hissing on neat lawns, cars in driveways, a postman making his rounds. Harry walked past number 6, where Mr. and Mrs. Whitmore were loading golf clubs into their car, and number 2, where old Mrs. Fig was putting out her bins and watching him with an intensity that he'd always found odd but now found suspicious. He walked to the park at the end of the street. It was empty, too early for the local kids, too late for the dog walkers. Harry sat on a swing and pushed himself slowly back and forth, feet dragging in the wood chips. He thought about Hogwarts. A month away. A castle full of magic and teachers and children who'd grown up knowing what they were. He'd arrive with knowledge, more than most first years, thanks to his reading, but also with a history that was already making waves. Ironclaw's case. The Dursleys. Dumbledore. The Daily Prophet, if Ironclaw was right about the case attracting attention. He thought about Dumbledore. The greatest wizard of the age. The man who'd defeated Grindelwald and led the fight against Voldemort. The man who'd left a baby on a doorstep in November and walked away. Harry didn't hate him. That was the thing, he'd searched for hatred and couldn't find it, not for Dumbledore. For the Dursleys, there was a cold, clean anger that felt earned and right. But for Dumbledore, there was something more complicated. The man had made a choice. A bad choice, as it turned out, with terrible consequences. But Harry didn't know why he'd made it, and until he did, hatred felt premature. He wanted to understand. And then, once he understood, he wanted to make sure it never happened again. Not to him, not to anyone. The swing creaked. The morning sun was warm on his face. For a boy whose life had been upended a week ago, Harry felt remarkably steady. Like the ground beneath him, after years of shifting and uncertain, had finally solidified. He walked home. The 11th of August arrived like a held breath. Tomorrow was the hearing. Harry had received a final letter from Ironclaw confirming the time and location, 9 o'clock, Gringotts, Adjudication Chamber 3, and outlining what to expect. The Dursleys had been sent a preparatory document as well, though from the sounds of renewed shouting and crying that had erupted from downstairs, the preparatory document had not been reassuring. Harry packed a small bag. His good clothes, the ones from Madame Malkin's, his notes, a copy of Goblin-Wizard Relations for reference, and Ironclaw's letters. He laid them out on the bed and checked them twice, the way he'd seen Vernon check his briefcase before important business meetings, and the irony of this was not lost on him. He went to bed early and lay in the dark, staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow, he would sit across a table from the Dursleys and the goblins would lay out, in meticulous detail, exactly what had been done to him. The cupboard. The hunger. The neglect. All of it, quantified and documented and made undeniable. The Dursleys would have to listen. They would have to answer. And then they would have to pay. Harry closed his eyes. He slept, and for the first time in as long as he could remember, he didn't dream about the cupboard. Morning. Gray skies, a hint of rain. Harry was up before the sun, dressed and ready by 6, sitting on his bed with his bag on his lap, waiting for the house to stir. At 7, he heard movement. Heavy footsteps, Vernon. The bathroom door. The sound of running water. Then lighter footsteps, Petunia. Then nothing from Dudley's room. Dudley had not been told about the hearing, as far as Harry knew, and would presumably sleep through the morning in the way that only an 11-year-old boy with no responsibilities could. Harry went downstairs. The kitchen was empty. He made tea, a pot, enough for 3, and set it on the table. Then he sat and waited. Vernon appeared first. He was wearing his best suit. The navy blue one, with the red tie, the one he wore to company dinners and bank appointments. His face was grey beneath its habitual ruddiness, and his mustache seemed to have wilted overnight, drooping at the corners in a way that made him look less like a walrus and more like a very tired, very frightened man. He stopped in the kitchen doorway and stared at Harry. "At the tea." "At the bag." "There's tea," Harry said. Vernon said nothing. He crossed to the counter, poured himself a cup with hands that shook badly enough to rattle the china, and drank it standing up, not looking at Harry, not looking at anything. Petunia came down 5 minutes later. Black dress, pearls, hair pinned up. She looked like she was going to a funeral, and in a way, Harry supposed she was. The funeral of the life she'd built, the nice house, the nice savings account, the nice fiction that everything was normal and she'd done nothing wrong. She saw the tea. Her eyes flicked to Harry. Something moved in her face, gratitude, maybe, or its ghost, and then it was gone, replaced by the familiar rigid blankness. "How do we get there?" Vernon asked. His voice was rough. To the bank." "There's a pub in London called the Leaky Cauldron," Harry said. "On Charing Cross Road. You won't be able to see it, it's hidden from muggles, but the summons should allow you through. If not, I'll take you." Vernon's jaw tightened at the word muggles, but he didn't argue. He'd stopped arguing 3 days ago, when his solicitor, the third one he'd called, had listened to the situation, heavily edited, with no mention of goblins or magic, and told him that if the other party had a legitimate claim to misappropriated funds, his best course of action was to cooperate and negotiate a settlement. "I'll drive," Vernon said, and that was the end of the conversation. The drive to London was silent. Vernon gripped the steering wheel like a drowning man gripping a life preserver. Petunia sat in the passenger seat, staring straight ahead, her hands folded in her lap with a precision that suggested she was holding herself together by sheer force of arrangement. Harry sat in the back, bag on his knees, and watched the suburbs give way to the city. They parked near Charing Cross Road. Vernon fed the meter with mechanical precision, checking the time display 3 times before he was satisfied. Then they walked. Harry found the Leaky Cauldron easily, the dingy pub front, invisible to muggle eyes, squeezed between a bookshop and a record store. He stopped in front of it and turned to the Dursleys. "Here," he said. Vernon looked at the space between the bookshop and the record store and saw nothing. His brow furrowed. Petunia was staring at the pub's front door with an expression that Harry had never seen on her face. Recognition. Old, painful, buried recognition. "I can see it," she whispered. Vernon looked at her. "What? See what?" "There's nothing, I can see it, Vernon." Her voice was distant. "I've always been able to see it. Lily showed me, years ago." She swallowed. "Before." Harry filed this away. Petunia could see the Leaky Cauldron. Petunia had known about the magical world, not just abstractly, not just from Lily's letters, but firsthand. She'd been here. She'd seen it. She'd known all along. "Take my hand," Harry said to Vernon. "Both of you." Vernon looked like he'd rather swallow glass, but Petunia reached out and took Harry's left hand, and after a moment of furious internal struggle, Vernon took his right. Harry led them through the door. The Leaky Cauldron was quiet at this hour, a few early drinkers hunched over their breakfasts, Tom the barman wiping glasses behind the bar. Heads turned as they entered. Harry felt the ripple of recognition. Harry Potter, that's Harry Potter, but he didn't stop, didn't engage, just walked through the pub with the Dursleys in tow, past the tables and through the back door to the small courtyard where the brick wall waited. He didn't have his wand ready, it was in his bag, but the wall opened anyway. Whether it was the summons the Dursleys carried, or Harry's own magic, or some combination of both, the bricks rearranged themselves with a grinding, shuffling sound, and the archway to Diagon Alley appeared. Vernon made a noise like a man being strangled. Petunia's grip on Harry's hand tightened painfully. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Harry said. He led them through. The effect of Diagon Alley on the Dursleys was, under other circumstances, something Harry might have enjoyed. Vernon's eyes bulged at the shops, the robes, the owls, the cauldrons, the sheer impossible reality of it all. His face went through its color chart, pink, red, purple, and settled on a sort of greenish-white that Harry had never seen before. Petunia walked like a woman in a dream, or a nightmare, her eyes darting from shop to shop with the desperate energy of someone trying to take everything in while simultaneously wishing she could see none of it. They reached Gringotts. The white marble, the bronze doors, the armed goblin guards. Vernon looked at the guards and went, if possible, even greener. Inside, Harry said. They climbed the steps and entered the bank. The lobby was busier than Harry's first visit, witches and wizards queuing at counters, goblins moving between desks with the brisk efficiency of creatures who valued time at a precise rate per minute. Harry walked to the nearest counter, the Dursleys trailing behind him like reluctant ducklings. "Harry Potter," he said to the teller. "I have a 9 o'clock appointment. Adjudication Chamber 3. The teller looked at him, then at the Dursleys, and something passed over his face that might have been amusement. "Down the corridor, third door on the left. Your account manager is already inside." "Thank you." They walked. The corridor was the same one Harry remembered from his first visit, goblin-proportioned, which meant Vernon had to hunch almost double, his broad shoulders scraping both walls. The indignity of this did not improve his mood. The third door on the left was made of dark wood, banded in iron, with a brass plaque that read, Adjudication Chamber 3. Harry knocked. "Enter," said a voice he recognized. He opened the door. The chamber was larger than he'd expected. A high-ceilinged room of grey stone, lit by lanterns that burned with a steady white light that cast no shadows. In the center was a long table, not a desk, a table, the kind you'd find in a boardroom, with chairs on both sides. On one side, 3 chairs, currently empty. On the other, 2 chairs on the left and 2 on the right, with a gap in the middle. Ironclaw stood at the far end of the table. He was wearing a different suit today, darker, sharper, with a gold pin on the lapel instead of silver. His bronze eyes swept over Harry, assessed the Dursleys, and returned to Harry. "Mr. Potter. You're early. Well done." He gestured to the chairs on the right side of the table. "You will sit here. The Dursleys will sit opposite." Harry took his seat. The Dursleys, after a moment of paralyzed hovering, sat across from him. Vernon's chair creaked ominously under his weight. Petunia sat with her back straight and her hands in her lap, the pearls at her throat catching the light. "Before the arbitrators arrive," Ironclaw said, taking the chair beside Harry, "I want to set expectations. The proceedings will be conducted in English. The arbitrators will review the evidence, hear from both parties, and render a judgment. The judgment is final and binding. There is no appeal." "Now see here," Vernon started, and it was almost impressive, really, the sheer reflexive stubbornness of the man, even here, even now, surrounded by stone and goblins and the weight of a legal system older than his entire civilization. Vernon Dursley's first instinct was to bluster. "We've spoken to our solicitor and he says, your solicitor," Ironclaw said, "has no standing in this chamber. He is welcome to join you, if he's here." "Is he?" Vernon's mouth opened and closed. The solicitor was not here. The solicitor, upon learning the actual details of the situation, Vernon had eventually been forced to mention the magical elements, at which point the solicitor had gone very quiet and then said, "I think you may need a different kind of legal help, Mr. Dursley," had declined to participate. "I thought not," Ironclaw said. "Let me be clear, Mr. Dursley. This is not a negotiation. The evidence has been gathered, verified, and compiled. The welfare assessment is magically certified and cannot be disputed. The disbursement records are Gringotts' own and are, by definition, accurate. You will be given the opportunity to explain how the funds were used. I encourage you to be honest. The arbitrators can detect falsehood." Vernon's face had gone the color of old porridge. Petunia was gripping the edge of the table. The door opened. 3 goblins entered. They were old, ancient, even, with faces like crumpled parchment and eyes that held the sharp, dark glitter of creatures who had been judging the failings of other species for longer than most nations had existed. They wore robes of deep crimson, the only goblins Harry had seen in robes rather than suits, and each carried a leather folder identical to the ones Ironclaw used. They took their seats at the head of the table, the 3 empty chairs, and the one in the center, the oldest, a goblin whose wispy white hair clung to his skull like cobwebs and whose fingers were gnarled as ancient tree roots, opened his folder and began to read. Case reference GLA 1991-4437, he said. His voice was thin but carried like a blade. Potter Estate vs. Dursley. Charges: financial fraud, misappropriation of entrusted funds, breach of fiduciary duty. Presiding arbitrators, Ragnarok the Elder, Silver Claw, and myself, Chief Arbitrator Bloodfang. He looked up. His eyes found the Dursleys and stayed there. Let us begin. And they began. Ironclaw presented the case. He was methodical, precise, and devastating. He started with the disbursement records, a complete accounting of every payment from the Potter Vault to the Dursley bank account, month by month, year by year, from November 1981 to July 1991. He presented the authorization, Dumbledore's signature on the original order, his stated purpose, for the care, welfare, and upbringing of the Potter heir, and the total amount disbursed. Then he presented the welfare assessment. Harry had known what was coming. He'd been told the results. But hearing them read aloud, in Ironclaw's flat, clinical voice, in a stone chamber under Gringotts, with the Dursleys sitting 6 feet away, that was different. The assessment indicates that the subject resided in a cupboard beneath the staircase of the Dursley home for approximately 9 years and 8 months, Ironclaw read. The space measured approximately 4 feet by 7 feet and contained a thin mattress, a single blanket, and no other furnishings. The subject was confined to this space for sleep and as punishment, the latter occurring with sufficient frequency that the magical signature of distress is embedded in the walls of the cupboard itself. Vernon was staring at the table. A muscle in his jaw was jumping. Petunia was very, very still. Nutritional analysis indicates chronic underfeeding. The subject's caloric intake was approximately 40% of the recommended minimum for a growing child. His weight at the time of assessment was in the 3rd percentile for his age group. He shows signs of vitamin deficiency, iron deficiency, and delayed growth consistent with sustained malnutrition. The chamber was silent except for Ironclaw's voice. The subject's clothing was exclusively secondhand, sourced from a family member approximately 4 times his body mass. No clothing was purchased for the subject directly. His corrective lenses have not been updated since the age of 7, resulting in progressive deterioration of his visual acuity. He has received no dental care, no medical checkups, and no vaccinations since the age of 2. Ironclaw closed the folder. He looked at the arbitrators. The total disbursement over 10 years was £90,000 sterling, equivalent to approximately 18,000 galleons. The estimated expenditure on the subject during that period, including the marginal cost of the food he was given and the incidental cost of his cupboard, is approximately £400. The discrepancy is £89,600. Under the Goblin Financial Restitution Act, the claimant is entitled to the full disbursed amount, a 100% fraud penalty, and accumulated interest. The total claim is £243,000. Silence. Chief Arbitrator Bloodfang turned his ancient eyes to the Dursleys. You have heard the charges and the evidence. Do you wish to respond? Vernon's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. He looked like a fish that had been pulled from the water and was only now realizing that the air was not going to sustain him. We didn't ask for the money, he said. His voice was thin. Stripped of bluster, it was the voice of a frightened man. We didn't ask for the boy, either. He was left on our doorstep. No warning, no discussion. Just a letter and a baby, and then the money started showing up. We didn't know what it was at first. But you spent it, Bloodfong said. It wasn't a question. Yes. We assumed it was compensation for taking him in. We didn't know there were conditions. The conditions, Ironclaw said, without looking up from his notes, were stated explicitly in the authorization letter that accompanied the first disbursement. I have a copy. Shall I read the relevant passage? He didn't wait for an answer. He produced another document, a letter, faded with age, bearing Dumbledore's flowing handwriting. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, Ironclaw read. The enclosed funds are to be used exclusively for the care and welfare of Harry James Potter, including but not limited to food, clothing, shelter, medical care, and educational expenses. The funds will be replenished monthly and should be more than sufficient to ensure that Harry is raised in comfort and safety. I trust that you will provide him with the loving home that his parents would have wished for him. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. Ironclaw set the letter down. Exclusively for the care and welfare of Harry James Potter. The instructions were not ambiguous, Mr. Dursley. Vernon's mouth worked. Nothing came out. Petunia spoke. Her voice was barely a whisper, but in the silence of the chamber, it carried. You don't understand. You can't understand. My sister, Lily, she was the special one. The magical one. And she married that Potter man, and they had their world and their war, and they died, and then we were left with the consequences. We didn't want any of it. We just wanted to be normal. You wanted to be normal, Bloodfong repeated. And the money? The money let us pretend, Petunia said, and there was a rawness in her voice that Harry hadn't expected. It let us pretend he wasn't there. That our life was the same as it had been before. The conservatory, the car, Dudley's school, those were the things we should have had anyway, the things we deserved, the life we'd planned. The money it was what we were owed. For having our life disrupted. You were owed, Silverclaw said, speaking for the first time. Her voice was like gravel in a silk bag. You were owed compensation for the disruption of raising a child. Yes. And the child himself? What was he owed? Petunia didn't answer. Bloodfong looked at Harry. Mr. Potter. Do you wish to address the panel? Harry hadn't planned to speak. He'd come prepared to let Ironclaw handle the legal arguments, to sit quietly and let the evidence do its work. But Petunia's words, the money let us pretend he wasn't there, had landed somewhere deep, and something in him needed to answer. He stood. He was shorter than anyone at the table except the goblins, and his voice was the voice of an 11-year-old boy, and he knew that what he said wouldn't change the outcome because the outcome was already certain. But he said it anyway. I'm not going to tell you about the cupboard, he said. Ironclaw already did that. I'm not going to tell you about being hungry, or wearing clothes that didn't fit, or being told my parents were worthless. You've heard that too. He looked at the Dursleys. Vernon wouldn't meet his eyes. Petunia did, and in her gaze he saw something that he hadn't expected, not hatred, not resentment, but a kind of desperate, cornered grief, the grief of a woman who had built her life on a lie and was watching it collapse. I want to tell you what it's like, Harry said, to find out that someone was being paid to take care of you, and didn't. Not because they couldn't afford to. Not because they didn't know how. But because they decided you weren't worth it. That's what the numbers mean. That's what 89,600 pounds of discrepancy looks like from the inside. It looks like a cupboard. It looks like being hungry. It looks like being told you're a burden when someone is cashing a check for your existence every month. The chamber was utterly silent. I don't want revenge, Harry said. I want what's mine. Not the money, I have money. I want the acknowledgement that what happened to me was wrong. That it wasn't normal. That it wasn't what I deserved. The money is just how you keep score. He sat down. Ironclaw, beside him, was very still. His bronze eyes were bright. Bloodfang nodded. He conferred with his fellow arbitrators in low gobbledygook, a rapid exchange that lasted less than a minute. Then he turned back to the table. The panel finds in favor of the claimant, he said. The evidence is clear, uncontested, and damning. Vernon and Petunia Dursley are found guilty of financial fraud, misappropriation of entrusted funds, and breach of fiduciary duty. The panel awards the full claim of £243,000, to be recovered from the respondent's assets as follows. He opened his folder and produced a document, thick, official, stamped with the Gringotts crest. All liquid assets held in the name of Vernon and/or Petunia Dursley are hereby seized, effective immediately. This includes all savings accounts, current accounts, and investment holdings. Total liquid assets identified, £67,400. Vernon made a choking sound. The remaining balance of £175,600 will be recovered through a lien on the property at No. 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The respondents may satisfy this lien through the sale of the property or through a structured payment plan at Gringotts' standard repayment rate. Failure to satisfy the lien within 5 years will result in Gringotts exercising its right to seize and sell the property. Petunia's hand flew to her mouth. Additionally, the panel imposes a punitive surcharge of 5,000 galleons, approximately £25,000, for the severity of the neglect documented in the welfare assessment. This surcharge is non-negotiable and must be paid within 12 months. Bloodfang set down the document. His ancient eyes moved from Vernon to Petunia and back. "You are dismissed," he said. "The Enforcement Division will contact you within 7 days to arrange the asset seizure. I suggest you cooperate fully." Vernon sat in his chair, motionless, staring at nothing. His face was grey. His hands lay flat on the table, palms down, and they were shaking, a fine, constant tremor, like leaves in a wind. Petunia stood. She did it slowly, carefully, the way you stand when you're not sure the ground will hold. She picked up her handbag. She looked at Harry. "Your mother," she said, and her voice was barely there, a thread of sound, "would have hated this." Harry met her eyes. "My mother would have hated the cupboard more." Petunia flinched. Then she turned, took Vernon's arm, pulled him to his feet, and walked out of the chamber without looking back. The door closed behind them. The sound echoed in the stone room like the final note of something, a chord resolving, a book closing, an era ending. Harry sat in his chair and breathed. Ironclaw was writing in his folder, making quick, precise notes. The arbitrators were conferring in gobbledygook, their voices low. The white lanterns burned steadily, casting their shadowless light. "Mr. Potter," Ironclaw said, without looking up from his notes. "The ruling is on record. The enforcement process will begin immediately. The Dursleys' bank accounts will be frozen by end of business today, and the liquid assets will be transferred to a holding account at Gringotts pending final processing." "Thank you, Ironclaw." Now the goblin looked up. "I mentioned in my letter that I had prepared a full accounting of the Potter estate. We have the chamber for another hour. Shall we?" Harry's mind was still ringing from the hearing, from Petunia's voice, from Vernon's shaking hands, from the weight of what he'd said and what had been decided. But the thread was still there, pulling him forward, and Ironclaw was offering the next piece. "Yes," Harry said. "Let's." Ironclaw produced a folder, thicker than any Harry had seen, bound in leather dyed the deep green of old money. He set it on the table and opened it to the first page. "The Potter estate," he said. "Established in 1307, when Linfred of Stinchcombe, known to his neighbours as the Potterer, hence the family name, deposited his life savings in the newly opened Gringotts Bank. Since then, the estate has grown through 12 generations of Potters, each of whom contributed to the family's wealth through a combination of magical invention, shrewd investment, and strategic marriage." He turned pages. Charts, Figures, lists. The current estate comprises the following: Vault 612, the primary Potter Vault, containing 3,412,000 galleons in liquid assets, gold, silver, and bronze coinage, plus gemstones and magical artifacts held in trust. Vault 687, your trust vault, containing 50,000 galleons, replenished annually. Potter Manor, a property in the Welsh countryside, currently unoccupied and under preservation charms. A 12% ownership stake in the Daily Prophet, acquired by your grandfather Fleamont Potter. A patent portfolio related to Sleekeasy's hair potion, developed by your grandfather and still generating royalties. And miscellaneous smaller holdings, including a flat in London and several plots of undeveloped magical land. Harry stared at the folder. The numbers blurred. He blinked, and they sharpened, and they were still enormous. "I'm rich," he said. "You are," Ironclaw said, "one of the wealthiest individuals in Wizarding Britain, Mr. Potter. Your grandfather Fleamont quadrupled the family fortune with Sleekeasy's alone. The investment portfolio has appreciated steadily despite a decade of custodial management, largely because your father made several exceptionally shrewd moves before his death." A pause. James Potter had a talent for investment. He was, I am told, somewhat reckless in other areas of his life, but with money, he was disciplined. Harry touched the folder. The leather was cool beneath his fingers. "No one ever told me any of this." "No," Ironclaw said. "They did not. Dumbledore knew. Albus Dumbledore, as your magical guardian, has had full access to the estate record since November 1981. He authorized the trust vault disbursements, approved the custodial management arrangements, and signed off on annual estate reports. He knew the full scope of your inheritance." Ironclaw's voice was level. Clinical. But his eyes were sharp. He also knew that the funds he was sending to the Dursleys were not being used for your care. Or if he didn't know, he chose not to check, which amounts to the same thing. Harry closed the folder. "I told you I didn't want to pursue Dumbledore yet. I still don't. But I want everything documented. Every signature, every authorization, every annual report he approved. I want a paper trail so complete that when the time comes, there's nowhere for him to hide." Ironclaw smiled. That same sharp, predatory smile. "It's already being compiled, Mr. Potter. I took the liberty of beginning the documentation the day you signed the audit authorization. Every document Dumbledore has ever signed regarding the Potter estate is being copied, verified, and stored in a secure Gringotts vault. The trail is, I assure you, immaculate." "Good." Harry stood. His legs were steady. His hands were steady. The hot, tight thing in his throat was gone, replaced by something cooler and clearer, not peace, not yet, but the precursor to peace. The knowledge that the scales were beginning to balance. "I'll be at Hogwarts in 3 weeks. I'll be in Dumbledore's school, under his authority. I need to be smart about this." "You need to be patient," Ironclaw said. "Which is a different thing, and harder." "I can be patient." "I believe you can, Mr. Potter." Ironclaw stood as well, closing the green leather folder with a snap. "One more thing. The adjudication record, the full proceedings of today's hearing, is sealed by default. But it can be unsealed at your request. If and when the Daily Prophet or the Ministry or anyone else comes asking questions about the boy who lives upbringing, you have the ability to release the record." "Not yet," Harry said. "Not yet," Ironclaw agreed. "But soon, perhaps. Information, Mr. Potter, is the most valuable currency in any world. And you are accumulating it at an impressive rate." He extended his hand. Harry shook it. "I'll write before term starts," Harry said. "There's more I want to discuss. The investment portfolio, the property holdings, the profit stake. I want to understand all of it. I will be at your disposal." Ironclaw paused. "It has been a productive morning, Mr. Potter. Gringotts thanks you for your confidence. Gringotts should thank itself, Harry said. You did the work. Something flickered in Ironclaw's bronze eyes, surprise, perhaps, at being acknowledged. Goblins were not accustomed to being thanked by wizards. They were accustomed to being used, resented, and forgotten. Travel safely, Mr. Potter, Ironclaw said. And study hard. Hogwarts is not as straightforward as it appears. Harry nodded, picked up his bag, and walked out of the adjudication chamber, through the goblin-proportioned corridor, and into the grand marble lobby of Gringotts, where the morning light streamed through high windows and the goblins went about their business with the timeless efficiency of creatures who had been counting gold since before the pyramids. The Dursleys were gone. They'd left without waiting for him, which was expected and fine. Harry would make his own way home. He'd done it before, not from London, admittedly, but from much harder places. He stepped out into Diagon Alley. The sun had broken through the grey clouds, and the street was warming up, shoppers beginning their rounds, children pressing their faces against Quidditch supply windows, a wizard demonstrating self-stirring cauldrons to a skeptical crowd. Harry walked. Past the shops, past the noise, past the color, letting it wash over him without quite touching him. He was thinking about September. About Hogwarts. About Dumbledore. He stopped at Flourish and Blots. There was a display in the window, new releases, magical bestsellers, a stack of the Daily Prophet. The headline caught his eye, something about ministry regulations, nothing interesting. But beneath the Prophet was another paper, smaller, with a masthead Harry didn't recognize, the Quibbler. The headline read, Ministry Cover-Up, What Happened to the Boy Who Lived? He went inside and bought a copy. The article was strange, rambling, conspiratorial, full of unsubstantiated claims about fudge and cover-ups and something called rotfong. But buried in the nonsense, like a diamond in a rubbish heap, was a single paragraph. Sources close to Gringotts suggest that the Potter estate has recently undergone a significant legal action, the details of which are sealed. This reporter has been unable to confirm the nature of the action, but the involvement of the Gringotts legal division suggests a matter of considerable gravity. The wizarding public has a right to know what is being done with, and to, the boy who lived. Harry folded the paper and put it in his bag. Someone was paying attention. Good. Not yet, the record was sealed, the timing wasn't right, but the pressure was building, and when Harry was ready to release it, the audience would be there. He walked back through the leaky cauldron, nodding to Tom, stepping out into Muggle London. The transition was jarring, as always, the sudden absence of magic, the grey concrete and diesel fumes, the crush of people who had no idea that a parallel world existed alongside their own. Harry took the train home. He sat by the window, his bag on his lap, and watched the city give way to suburbs, the familiar, suffocating normality of little whinging rising up around him like the walls of a very comfortable prison. When he got back to Privet Drive, the house was quiet. Vernon's car was in the drive, but the curtains were drawn, and there was a stillness about the place that was new, not the held-breath silence of the last few days, but something deeper. The silence of aftermath. Of things irrevocably changed. Harry let himself in. The hallway was dim. The envelope, Bogrod's summons, was no longer on the kitchen table. In its place was a stack of papers that Harry recognized as bank statements, spread out as though someone had been going through them compulsively, looking for a loophole that didn't exist. He went upstairs. On the landing, he passed Dudley's bedroom door, which was closed, and from behind it came the very faint sound of a boy crying. Not the theatrical wailing that Dudley deployed when he wanted something, the real thing, small and lost. Harry paused. He raised his hand to knock, then lowered it. There was nothing he could say to Dudley that would help right now. Nothing that wouldn't sound like gloating or pity, both of which were useless. Later, maybe. When the dust settled. When the shock wore off. He went to his room. Hedwig was on the desk, a fresh mouse at her feet. She hooted softly as he entered, and he stroked her feathers, and her eyes closed, and the warmth of her was real and present and grounding. Harry sat at the desk and pulled out parchment. Dear Hermione, the hearing was today. We won. Full restitution plus penalties, £243,000. The Dursleys' accounts are being frozen and their house is under a lien. I gave a statement. I wasn't planning to, but I did. I told them what it was like. I don't know if it changed anything, the ruling was going to be the same regardless, but it felt important to say it out loud. To make it real. To put it on the record, even if the record is sealed. Ironclaw showed me the full Potter estate accounting. I'll tell you about it when we meet, it's too much for a letter. But the short version is that I'm significantly wealthier than I realized, and my father was apparently very good with money, and my grandfather invented a hair potion that made a fortune, which is both amazing and slightly absurd. The Quibbler, do you know it? Has already picked up rumors about the Gringotts legal action. The record is sealed for now, but someone is watching. Good. Let them watch. When the time is right, I'll give them something worth watching. 3 weeks until Hogwarts. I'm ready. I think. Harry P.S. I've read all the textbooks twice. You're right, reading ahead helps. Don't tell anyone or they'll expect effort. He tied the letter to Hedwig's leg, watched her disappear into the evening sky, and sat back in his chair. 3 weeks. 3 weeks until he walked into Dumbledore's school, Dumbledore's domain, and sat down across from the man who had authorized the payments and never looked back. 3 weeks until he had to navigate a world he barely understood, surrounded by people who knew his name but not his story, who saw a scar and a legend but not the boy underneath. He was ready. He opened the standard book of spells to chapter 1 and began to study. Outside, the sun set over Little Whinging, painting the sky in shades of gold and red, and the streetlights came on one by one, and number 4 Privet Drive sat in its neat row of identical houses, looking exactly the same as it always had. But it wasn't the same. Nothing was. And in 3 weeks, nothing would be the same again. Chapter 3, The Weight of Gold. The morning of September 1st dawned cool and sharp, with the kind of autumn clarity that makes everything look like it's been outlined in ink. Harry was awake before the alarm he'd set, an old wind-up clock of Dudley's that still worked despite a crack across its face, and lay in bed for a moment, listening to the silence of the house. The Dursleys' silence had changed character over the past 3 weeks. The first silence, after the summons, had been shock. The second, after the hearing, had been grief, raw and messy and sometimes loud, seeping through the walls in muffled arguments and Petunia's thin, desperate weeping. But this silence was different. This was the silence of people who had accepted something. Not gracefully. Not willingly. But with the dull finality of a stone settling into mud. Vernon had not spoken to Harry since the hearing. Not a word. He moved through the house like a ghost of himself, grey-faced, diminished, going to work each morning in his company car. The car would have to go soon. Ironclaw's enforcement team had already begun assessing non-essential assets, and coming home each evening to a house that felt less like his with every passing day. The bank accounts were frozen. The savings, £67,000, the product of 20 years of Vernon Dursley's dogged, unimaginative career at Grunnings, had been transferred to Gringotts' holding vault. The lien on the house was filed. The 5-year clock was ticking. Petunia had spoken to Harry exactly once since the hearing. 3 days ago. She'd been standing at the kitchen window, looking out at her garden, the prize roses, the immaculate lawn, the things she could control, and Harry had come down for breakfast, and she'd said, without turning around, "There's bacon in the pan." Not cook the bacon. Not your breakfast is on the counter, don't leave a mess. Just, there's bacon in the pan. An offering. A white flag, maybe, or the closest thing to one that Petunia Dursley was capable of. Harry had eaten the bacon and said thank you, and Petunia had nodded once, and that had been that. He got up now, dressed in Muggle clothes, he'd change into robes on the train, and began the final check of his trunk. Everything was packed. Books, robes, cauldron, telescope, potion ingredients, parchment, quills, ink. His holly wand, 11 inches, sitting in its box on top. He placed his hand on it and felt the familiar warmth pulse through his fingers, and something in his chest settled. Hedwig was in her cage, preening, looking at him with the patient superiority of a creature who had been ready to go for hours and couldn't understand why humans were so slow. "All right," Harry told her. "Let's go." He carried the trunk downstairs, one step at a time, the brass fittings clanking. The house was still. Dudley's door was shut. Vernon had already left for work, which Harry suspected was deliberate. Vernon couldn't bring himself to drive Harry to King's Cross, and he couldn't bring himself to say so, so he'd simply left early enough that the question wouldn't arise. Petunia was in the hallway. She was dressed, coat on, handbag over her arm, car keys in her hand. She looked at Harry and the trunk and the owl cage with an expression that was carefully, deliberately neutral. "I'll drive you," she said. Harry blinked. Of everything he'd prepared for this morning, this was not on the list. "You don't have to." "I know I don't have to." A flash of the old Petunia, brittle, sharp, not to be argued with. Then it faded, and she was just a tired woman holding car keys. "The station isn't far. Get your things." They loaded the trunk into the boot of the car. Hedwig's cage went on the back seat, where Hedwig regarded the suburban scenery with academic disdain. Petunia drove in silence, her eyes on the road, her hands at 10 and 2 with the rigidity of someone who was using the mechanics of driving to avoid the mechanics of conversation. They were halfway to the motorway when she spoke. "Platform 9 3/4, she said. It wasn't a question. Harry looked at her. "You know about it?" Lily talked about it. Every summer, when she came home. The train, the platform, running through the barrier. Petunia's jaw tightened. She thought it was wonderful. She thought everything about that world was wonderful. Was it? Petunia was quiet for a long time. The car hummed along the motorway, merging with traffic, anonymous among 1,000 other vehicles carrying 1,000 other people to 1,000 other ordinary destinations. "She was my sister," Petunia said at last. "She was my little sister and she went away to that school and she came back different every year. Happier. More confident. More everything. And I stayed home and I was ordinary and I hated her for it." A pause. "Not her. I hated what she had. What I couldn't have. I wrote to Dumbledore, you know. When I was 11. Asked if I could come too. He wrote back. Kind. Gentle. Devastatingly gentle. Said he was sorry but I wasn't magical and there was nothing he could do." Harry watched her profile. The sharp lines of her face, the taut tendons in her neck, the way her hands gripped the wheel. "When she died," Petunia continued, "and you were left with us, I thought, I don't know what I thought. That the magic would go away. That if I didn't talk about it, didn't acknowledge it, it would just stop. That you'd be normal. That we'd all be normal. And the money?" Petunia's mouth thinned. "The money was Vernon's idea. I won't pretend otherwise. He saw it as compensation, what we were owed for the inconvenience. And I let him. Because it was easier than fighting about it, and because some part of me agreed. Some ugly part." She glanced at Harry, then away. "You look like your father. But you have Lily's eyes. Every time I looked at you, I saw her looking back at me, and I couldn't bear it." The car moved through traffic. The sign said King's Cross was 4 miles away. "I'm not asking for forgiveness," Petunia said. "I know what we did. What I did. The goblins made that very clear. She stopped. Started again. I wanted you to know that it wasn't only cruelty. It was also cowardice, and jealousy, and grief, and all the things that people are when they're too small for the life they've been given. Harry looked out the window. The London skyline was rising ahead, grey and vast and indifferent. "Thank you for telling me," he said. It wasn't forgiveness. Petunia knew it, and Harry knew it. But it was an acknowledgement, of her honesty, of the fact that she'd chosen to say something real on this last morning instead of hiding behind the silence. It was a crack in the wall between them. Not enough to see through. But enough to know the wall wasn't infinite. They didn't speak again until King's Cross. Petunia pulled up to the drop-off zone, put the car in park, and stared straight ahead while Harry unloaded his trunk in Hedwig's cage. When he was done, he came around to her window. "Goodbye, Aunt Petunia." She didn't look at him. Her hands were still on the wheel, knuckles white. But she nodded, once, and said, in a voice so quiet it was almost lost beneath the station noise, "Be safe." Then she drove away, and Harry stood on the pavement with his trunk and his owl and watched the car disappear into London traffic, and felt something shift inside him, not forgiveness, not absolution, but the loosening of a knot he'd carried so long he'd forgotten it was there. He shook it off. There was a train to catch. King's Cross was a cathedral of noise and movement, announcements echoing off the vaulted ceiling, passengers streaming between platforms, pigeons conducting their eternal campaign of mild harassment. Harry pushed his trolley through the crowds, Hedwig hooting indignantly every time someone got too close, and made his way to the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. He knew what to do. Hagrid had told him, walk straight at the barrier between the two platforms, don't stop, don't hesitate. The trick was not to think about it too hard. Harry looked at the solid brick wall. Perfectly ordinary. Perfectly solid. Perfectly impossible. He took a breath, aimed his trolley, and walked. The wall swallowed him. Not violently, smoothly, like stepping through a curtain of warm air, and then he was through, and platform 9 3/4 erupted around him in a blaze of steam and scarlet. The Hogwarts Express was magnificent. A gleaming scarlet steam engine, breathing clouds of white vapor, with a line of carriages stretching back along the platform. Students and parents milled everywhere, 11-year-olds clinging to mothers, older students greeting friends with shouts and hugs, owls hooting, cats weaving between legs, trunks being loaded and stacked. Harry stood on the platform and took it in. The noise, the color, the sheer exuberant chaos of it. The magical world, at full volume. He loaded his trunk onto the train, found a compartment near the back, and settled in. Hedwig's cage went on the rack above, where she promptly went to sleep, apparently unconcerned by the enormity of the occasion. Harry sat by the window and watched the platform. The compartment door slid open. A boy his age stood there, tall, thin, red-haired, with a long nose and freckles and a smear of dirt on the end of said nose. He looked harried. "Anyone sitting here?" the boy asked, gesturing at the empty seat opposite Harry. "Everywhere else is full." "Go ahead," Harry said. The boy dropped into the seat with the relieved collapse of someone who'd been searching for a while. "Cheers. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter." Ron's eyes did the standard journey, forehead, scar, eyes. But unlike most people, his reaction wasn't awe or reverence. It was a kind of startled delight, like he'd just found money in his coat pocket. "Blimey," Ron said. "Are you really? I mean, Fred and George said you might be on the train, but I thought they were having me on." "They're always having me on. Brothers, you know." "I don't, actually," Harry said. "I'm an only child." "Lucky," Ron said, with feeling. "I've got 5 brothers and a sister. I get nothing new, ever. Look at this," he held up a rat, fat and grey and deeply asleep. "Scabbers. He was Percy's rat before he was mine. He was probably someone else's rat before that. I think he might be older than me." Harry looked at the rat. Something about it, he couldn't put his finger on it. A flicker of unease, like a half-heard sound, there and gone. He pushed it aside. I know the feeling, Harry said. I grew up wearing my cousin's hand-me-downs. His clothes were about 4 sizes too big. Ron grinned. Snap. Everything I own was Bill's or Charlie's or Percy's first. Mum tries, but, you know. Money's tight. He said it easily, without self-pity, the way you talk about weather. Harry liked him immediately. There was something uncomplicated about Ron Weasley, not simple, not stupid, but direct. He said what he meant and meant what he said and didn't seem to have an angle. After weeks of navigating goblin politics and Dursley grief and the looming shadow of Dumbledore, Ron's straightforward friendliness was like drinking cold water on a hot day. They talked. Ron explained Quidditch, 7 players, 4 balls, absolute mayhem, wizarding chess, like regular chess but the pieces shouted at you and sometimes refused to move, and the Hogwarts houses, Gryffindor good, Slytherin bad, Ravenclaw clever, Hufflepuff nice. Harry filed all of it away, enjoying the education, enjoying the company, enjoying the simple novelty of having a conversation with someone his own age who wasn't Dudley. The compartment door slid open again. A round-faced boy stood there, looking distressed. Sorry, have either of you seen a toad? I've lost him. Afraid not, Harry said. What's he look like? He's a toad, the boy said miserably, as though this description covered all relevant details. His name's Trevor. Gran gave him to me and if I lose him well. He swallowed. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. Harry Potter. This is Ron Weasley. We'll keep an eye out. Neville's eyes widened at Harry's name, but he was too worried about his toad to be properly starstruck. He nodded gratefully and disappeared back into the corridor. Longbottom, Ron said thoughtfully. That's an old family. His parents were Aurors, dark wizard catchers. Something happened to them during the war, I think. Nobody talks about it. Harry filed that away too. Neville Longbottom. Old family. Parents who'd fought in the war. Something nobody talked about. The train was moving now, the platform sliding away, London unspooling outside the window and giving way to countryside, green fields, hedgerows, a bright thread of river catching the afternoon sun. Harry watched it pass and felt the distance growing between himself and everything he'd known, Privet Drive, the cupboard, the Dursleys. Each mile of track was a mile of separation, and it felt like breathing. The compartment door opened again, and Hermione Granger appeared, followed by the toadless Neville. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville's lost one, she said briskly, and then she saw Harry, and her brisk expression split into a grin so wide it was practically a different face. Harry. Hermione. She threw herself into the compartment and sat down next to him, pulling out a sheaf of notes, actual notes, with color-coded sections and tabbed references, from the bag over her shoulder. I've been looking for you since the train left. I have so much to tell you. I found 3 more precedents for the guardianship question, and there's a really interesting clause in the Hogwarts Charter about, she stopped, seeming to notice Ron for the first time. Oh. Hello. I'm Hermione Granger. Ron Weasley, Ron said, looking slightly stunned. Weasley, any relation to the Weasleys in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement? I read about a case involving, that'd be my dad, Ron said. Arthur Weasley. He's in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, though. Fascinating. Hermione said it the way most people said past the salt, casually, automatically, already moving on to the next thought. She turned back to Harry, lowering her voice. The hearing. Tell me everything you didn't put in the letter. Harry glanced at Ron, then at Neville, who was hovering in the doorway looking lost. Neville, come sit down, Harry said. And shut the door. Neville sat. The door closed. Harry looked at the 3 of them, Ron, open-faced and curious, Hermione, vibrating with barely contained research energy, Neville, confused but willing, and made a decision. He told them. Not everything, not the details of the assessment, not the numbers, not Ironclaw's name or the specifics of the legal strategy. But the broad strokes, that his parents had left him money, that the Dursleys had been paid to raise him, that they'd stolen the money and neglected him, and that Gringotts had taken legal action and recovered the funds. Ron's ears went red. They stole from you. Your own family. They're not really my family, Harry said. They're people I lived with. Blimey. Ron shook his head. And Gringotts got it back. All of it. More than all of it. The goblins don't mess about. Neville was quiet. He'd gone pale during Harry's account, and his round face had taken on a stillness that seemed out of place on someone so young. When Harry finished, Neville said, very quietly, "My gran raised me. After my parents, after what happened. She's strict and she's hard and sometimes I think she wishes I was more like them. But she would never," he stopped. Swallowed. "I'm sorry that happened to you, Harry." "Thanks, Neville." Hermione had been uncharacteristically silent during the telling. Now she leaned forward, her voice low and urgent. "Harry, there's something I found that I didn't put in my letters because I wanted to tell you in person. It's about the blood wards." "The what?" "Blood wards. I found a reference in Defensive Magical Theory, it's not on the school list, I bought it as supplementary reading, to a type of protective enchantment based on shared blood. The caster establishes a ward anchored to a blood relative of the protected individual, and as long as the protected individual lives with that relative, the ward provides a powerful shield against hostile magic." She took a breath. "Harry, I think that's why Dumbledore put you with the Dursleys. Not just because they were family. Because Petunia shares your mother's blood, and Dumbledore used that connection to create a ward that would protect you." The compartment was quiet. The train rocked gently, wheels clicking on the rails. "Protect me from what?" Harry asked. "From Voldemort's followers," Hermione said, not flinching at the name. "Or from Voldemort himself, if he ever returned. The ward would make it impossible for anyone who wished you harm to find you or attack you while you were at the Dursleys' home." Harry sat with this. Turned it over. Examined it the way he'd learned to examine information, from all angles, looking for what it revealed and what it concealed. "So Dumbledore had a reason," he said. "Not just negligence. A strategic reason for putting me there." "Yes. But," Hermione held up a finger. "The blood ward explanation might justify placing you with the Dursleys. It does not justify failing to monitor your welfare. It does not justify authorizing payments and never checking how they were used. And it does not justify 10 years of silence. He could have protected you with blood wards and made sure you were being properly cared for. He chose not to. Or he chose to trust that it would work out," Neville said, surprising everyone. He flushed at the attention but pressed on. "My gran does that. Decides something and then doesn't look back. She says looking back is weakness. But sometimes it just means you don't see the damage." Harry looked at Neville with new eyes. There was more to the round-faced boy than appeared on the surface. A depth. A quiet, careful intelligence that hid behind the nervousness and the lost toad. "That's exactly right, Neville," Harry said. "And it's exactly the question I'm going to ask Dumbledore. Why did you look away?" Ron let out a long breath. "Mate, you're going to walk into Hogwarts and ask Dumbledore, Albus Dumbledore, why he abandoned you?" "Not on the first day," Harry said. "But yes." Ron stared at him. Then a slow grin spread across his freckled face. "I think I'm going to like being your friend, Harry." The train rolled on. They bought sweets from a trolley which, Harry bought the lot, partly because he'd never had spending money and partly because the look on Ron's face when presented with a mountain of chocolate frogs and pumpkin pasties was worth every canute. They ate and talked and the countryside darkened outside the window, and the conversation drifted from the heavy to the light and back again, the way conversations do between people who are becoming friends. Hermione quizzed them on spellwork. Ron taught them wizard chess strategy. Neville told them about his greenhouse at home, where his gran let him grow magical plants, and his face lit up with a passion that transformed him from a shy, nervous boy into someone animated and sure. Harry listened and ate and laughed and felt something expanding in his chest, a warmth, a fullness, the sensation of spaces being filled that he hadn't known were empty. Friends. He was making friends. Not strategically, not for advantage, but because these were good people and he liked them and they liked him, and that was enough. The compartment door slid open one more time. This time, the visitor was not welcome. A boy stood in the doorway, pale, sharp-featured, with white blonde hair slicked back and a mouth that seemed designed for sneering. Flanked by two larger boys who looked like they'd been grown in a lab specifically to stand behind someone and look threatening. "Is it true?" the blonde boy said, his gray eyes finding Harry with the precision of a targeting spell. "They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment." "So it's you, is it?" "It's me," Harry said. "And you are?" "Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Ron coughed. It sounded suspiciously like a suppressed laugh. Draco's eyes snapped to him, cataloging, dismissing. "Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask yours. Red hair, hand-me-down robes, you must be a Weasley." He turned back to Harry. "You'll find some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." He held out his hand. Harry looked at it. Then he looked at Draco Malfoy, really looked, the way he'd learned to look at people in the last month. Past the sneer, past the posturing, past the carefully rehearsed superiority. And what he saw was a boy. An 11-year-old boy who'd been coached, groomed, sent into this compartment with a script and a handshake and the absolute certainty that Harry Potter would recognize the Malfoy name and fall into line. "Malfoy," Harry said. "Your father is Lucius Malfoy?" Something flickered in Draco's eyes. Wariness. "Yes. Lucius Malfoy, who claimed he was under the Imperius curse during the war and donated heavily to the ministry to avoid prosecution. Who sits on the Hogwarts Board of Governors." "Who?" Harry tilted his head. "Did I read somewhere that the Malfoy family vault at Gringotts was flagged for suspicious activity during the last war? I might be misremembering." He wasn't misremembering. It had been in Ironclaw's notes, a passing reference, a footnote, but Harry had remembered it because Ironclaw had included it with the air of someone placing a useful tool within easy reach. Draco's hand was still extended. His face had gone rigid. The two hulking boys behind him shifted their weight. "I don't need help choosing my friends, Malfoy," Harry said. "I've done all right so far. But I'll remember the offer." He said it pleasantly. Almost warmly. And watched Draco Malfoy process the fact that the conversation had not gone as scripted, that the scar-headed orphan in the compartment was not odd or grateful or pliable, and that the Malfoy name, the name that opened doors and closed mouths all over Wizarding Britain, had been met not with deference but with a casual, precise demonstration of exactly how much Harry Potter knew about the Malfoy family's dirty laundry. Draco's hand dropped. His sneer solidified into something harder, not anger, not yet, but the beginning of a recalculation. "You'll regret this, Potter. Some people need to learn who their real allies are." "I'll keep that in mind," Harry said. "Have a nice train ride, Malfoy." Draco turned on his heel and stalked away, his two shadows lumbering after him. The compartment door slammed shut. Ron exhaled. "Bloody hell, Harry. You just quoted his dad's war record at him." "It's public information," Harry said. "Or it should be." Hermione was looking at him with an expression that was half admiration and half concern. "Harry, the Malfoys are powerful. Lucius Malfoy has connections everywhere, the Ministry, the Prophet, the Board of Governors." "Good," Harry said. "Then he'll hear about this, and he'll know that I'm not someone who can be recruited with a handshake and a sneer. That's useful." Ron shook his head, grinning. You think like a chess player. I think like someone who grew up watching people with power use it badly, Harry said. You learn to see the moves. The train was slowing. Outside, the sky was fully dark, and through the window Harry could see lights, warm, golden, clustering in the distance like earthbound stars. Then the train rounded a curve, and Hogwarts appeared. It rose from the darkness like something out of a dream, a vast castle of towers and turrets and lit windows, perched on a cliff above a black lake that reflected its light in scattered, shimmering fragments. It was enormous. It was impossible. It was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. The compartment went quiet. Even Hermione, who presumably had read about Hogwarts in 15 different books, was staring with her mouth slightly open. Wow, Neville whispered. Yeah, Ron said. Yeah, that about covers it. Harry looked at the castle and felt something ancient stir in his chest, not his magic, or not just his magic, but something deeper. Recognition. As though the castle had been waiting for him, as though some part of him had always known it was there, just over the horizon, just past the barrier, just beyond the wall. He was home. The boats across the lake were small, wooden, and self-propelling, and Hagrid's enormous silhouette led the fleet from the foremost one, his booming voice carrying over the water. Y'all get your furs sight, oh, Hogwarts in a sec, just round this bend here. Harry shared a boat with Ron, Hermione, and Neville. The water was black and still, and things moved beneath the surface, dark shapes, sinuous and vast, that Hermione whispered were probably the giant squid. The castle grew as they approached, filling the sky, its lit windows blazing against the darkness like a constellation that had forgotten to stay in the heavens. They docked. They climbed stone steps. They were met at the great oaken front door by a tall, stern-looking witch in emerald green robes and a pointed hat, who introduced herself as Professor McGonagall, deputy headmistress, and who looked at the assembled first years with the expression of someone who had been doing this for decades and had learned not to expect too much. Welcome to Hogwarts, she said, and her Scottish accent was clipped and precise and brooked no nonsense. The start-of-term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. She led them into a small chamber off the entrance hall and left them there to wait. The first years shuffled and whispered and tried not to look as terrified as most of them clearly felt. How do they sort us? Harry asked Ron. Some sort of test, I think. Fred said it hurts a lot, but I think he was joking. Ron's ears were red. I hope he was joking. Hermione was muttering spells under her breath, presumably preparing for whatever the test might be. Neville looked like he was about to be sick. Harry stood among them, calm. Not because he wasn't nervous, he was, a little, the flutter of uncertainty that comes before any unknown, but because the nervousness was manageable. He'd faced a goblin adjudication panel. He'd stood across from the Dursleys and made them answer for what they'd done. A school sorting, whatever form it took, wasn't going to break him. McGonagall returned. Follow me. They followed her through a pair of enormous doors and into the great hall, and every thought in Harry's head dissolved into wonder. The hall was vast, a cavern of candlelight and warmth, with 4 long tables stretching its length and a 5th at the far end where the teachers sat. The ceiling was not a ceiling but an open sky, dark and star-scattered, and Hermione whispered, "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history," and Harry nodded without hearing, because his attention had been pulled to the head table, to the center of the teacher's row, where a very old man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles sat watching the first year's file in. Albus Dumbledore. Their eyes met. Across the length of the great hall, over the heads of 1,000 students, through the candlelight and the noise and the sheer overwhelming spectacle of it all, Harry Potter looked at Albus Dumbledore and Dumbledore looked back, and something passed between them that was not a spell and not a greeting and not a threat but contained elements of all three. Harry didn't look away. He held the old man's gaze for a long, steady moment, and then he turned to face the front of the hall, where McGonagall was placing a battered old hat on a stool. The hat sang. It was a long, enthusiastic song about the four houses and their qualities, and Harry listened with one ear while the rest of his attention was elsewhere, scanning the head table, cataloguing the teachers, filing away faces and positions. The hook-nosed man in black who was staring at Harry with an intensity that bordered on hostile. The tiny, cheerful wizard who might have been standing on a stack of books. The woman in purple robes who was examining her nails with elaborate disinterest. And Dumbledore, smiling benignly, hands folded, every inch the kindly grandfather figure that his reputation suggested. Harry didn't buy it. Not completely. A man could be kind and still make terrible decisions. A man could smile and still have authorized 10 years of payments to people who locked a child in a cupboard. The sorting began. Abbott, Hannah, Hufflepuff. Bones, Susan, Hufflepuff. Boot, Terry, Ravenclaw. The names rolled on, and each time a student was sorted, the corresponding table erupted in cheers. Granger, Hermione. Hermione almost ran to the stool, jammed the hat on her head, and sat vibrating with barely contained energy. The hat took its time, nearly 4 minutes, and then shouted, Gryffindor. Hermione beamed, hopped off the stool, and practically danced to the Gryffindor table, where she was absorbed into a sea of cheering red and gold. Longbottom, Neville. Neville walked to the stool like a man approaching a gallows. The hat fell over his eyes. There was a long pause. Then, Gryffindor. Neville's face split into a grin of such pure, startled joy that Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. Neville stumbled to the Gryffindor table, still wearing the hat, and had to run back to return it amid laughter. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's head. Slytherin. Draco smirked and sauntered to the Slytherin table, where he was received with the restrained approval of people who had expected nothing less. And then, Potter, Harry. The whispers started instantly. A wave of them, rolling through the hall like wind through wheat. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter. Harry walked to the stool, ignoring the whispers, ignoring the stares, and sat down. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. The brim fell over his eyes, and the great hall vanished, replaced by darkness and a small, dry voice in his ear. Well, 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 the voice said. Harry Potter. I've been looking forward to you. Harry said nothing. He waited. Let me see, the hat murmured. Plenty of courage, oh yes. A good mind, too. Quite a good mind, actually. You've done more reading in a month than most students do in a year. And what's this? Ambition. Not the petty kind, the real thing. The need to prove yourself, to build something, to matter. Slytherin would serve you well. Harry thought about Draco Malfoy's outstretched hand. About Ironclaw's sharp smile. About the cupboard and the hearing and the path he'd chosen. You could be great in Slytherin, the hat said. The tools are there. The drive, the cunning, the willingness to play the long game. I can play the long game anywhere, Harry thought. I don't need a house to teach me that. The Dursleys already did. The hat paused. An interesting argument. And where would you like to play this long game, Mr. Potter? Where my friends are, Harry thought. Where my mother was. Ah, the hat said, and there was something almost like warmth in its dry voice. Loyalty, too. Well then. Better be, Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the hall, and the Gryffindor table erupted. Harry pulled off the hat, crossed to the table, and sat down between Hermione and Neville. Ron, still waiting to be sorted, gave him a thumbs up from the diminishing line of first years. Weasley, Ronald. Gryffindor. Ron collapsed into the seat across from Harry, red-faced and relieved, and the four of them, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, were together. It felt right. It felt like the beginning of something. Dumbledore stood. The hall quieted. Welcome, he said, beaming, arms wide. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Thank you. He sat down. The hall burst into applause. Food appeared on the tables, an impossible, lavish spread of roast beef and chicken and potatoes and pies and vegetables and gravies and more food than Harry had ever seen in one place, in his life, ever. He stared at it. And for just a moment, just one, the ice cracked again, and the boy in the cupboard looked out through his eyes and saw a table full of food and couldn't quite believe it was real. "You all right, Harry?" Ron asked, already loading his plate. "Yeah," Harry said. "Yeah, I'm great." He reached for the roast potatoes and began to eat. The feast wound down. Dessert appeared and vanished. The prefects led the first years to their dormitories, Gryffindor Tower, up 7 flights of stairs, through a portrait of a fat lady in a pink dress who demanded a password, Caput Draconis, and swung aside to reveal a warm, circular common room with squashy armchairs and a crackling fire. Harry's dormitory was at the top of a spiral staircase, a round room with 5 four-poster beds hung with deep red curtains. His trunk was already there, at the foot of the bed nearest the window. Hedwig's cage sat on the windowsill, empty. She was out hunting, probably, exploring her new territory. Ron took the bed next to his. Neville was across the room, already struggling with his trunk. 2 other boys, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, took the remaining beds, introducing themselves with the easy friendliness of 11-year-olds who haven't yet learned to be guarded. Harry unpacked. He placed his books on the shelf beside his bed, his wand on the nightstand, his notes, the legal notes, the Gringotts correspondence, the research, in a locked compartment at the bottom of his trunk. The lock was goblin-made, a gift from Ironclaw, keyed to Harry's magical signature. Nobody else could open it. Ron was asleep within minutes, a talent Harry envied. The other boys followed soon after, the dormitory filling with the soft sounds of breathing and the occasional mutter. Harry lay in his 4-poster, curtains drawn, and stared at the canopy above him. Red velvet. Gold trim. He pressed his hand against it, the way he'd pressed his palm against the cupboard door for so many years, and felt nothing but softness. He was at Hogwarts. He was in Gryffindor. He had friends. He had money, and knowledge, and a goblin account manager building a paper trail that could shake the foundations of the wizarding establishment. And somewhere in this castle, Albus Dumbledore was sitting in his office, and Harry needed to decide what to do about that. Not yet. Hermione was right, patience first, information first. Learn the school, learn the people, learn the rules. Understand Dumbledore before confronting him. But soon. Harry closed his eyes and slept, and the castle held him, ancient and warm and vast, and the stars turned above Gryffindor Tower, and the new term began. The first week of classes passed in a blur of wonder and frustration. Wonder, because magic was real and he was learning it, and every day brought something impossible made possible, feathers that floated, cauldrons that bubbled, plants that bit back. Frustration, because the classes moved slowly, teaching basics that Harry had already internalized from his reading, and because the teachers varied wildly in quality. McGonagall was excellent, precise, demanding, fair. She taught Transfiguration with the rigor of someone who believed her subject was the most important in the curriculum and would accept nothing less than your best effort. Harry turned his match into a needle on the first try, the only student to manage it, and McGonagall gave him a rare, approving nod and 5 points to Gryffindor. Flitwick, the tiny charms professor, was enthusiastic and encouraging. Professor Sprout, in herbology, was warm and patient, and Neville bloomed under her attention like one of his own plants, his nervousness vanishing the moment his hands touched soil. And then there was Snape. Potions class, Friday afternoon, in the dungeons. Professor Severus Snape was a tall, thin man with greasy black hair and a hooked nose and eyes like tunnels, dark, deep, and leading somewhere you didn't want to go. He swept into the classroom like a bad mood given human form, robes billowing, and began with a speech about the subtle science and exact art of potion-making that managed to be simultaneously passionate and threatening. Then he turned to Harry. "Ah, yes," he said softly, and his voice was a knife wrapped in silk. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." The Slytherins snickered. Draco Malfoy smirked. "Tell me, Potter," Snape said. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry looked at him. The question was from Chapter 12 of the Potions textbook, advanced, well beyond first-year material, clearly chosen to humiliate. "The draught of living death," Harry said. "A powerful sleeping potion. The ingredients are listed in Advanced Potion Making by Libacious Borage, though Arsenius Jigger's Magical Drafts and Potions mentions it briefly in the appendix." Snape's eyes narrowed. Something shifted in his expression, a flicker of surprise, quickly suppressed. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" he pressed. "In the stomach of a goat. It cures most poisons." Mundungus Fletcher reportedly tried to sell counterfeit bezoars in Knockturn Alley in 1987, which suggests the genuine article has considerable market value. The dungeon was very quiet. Hermione, beside Harry, was practically glowing. "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Snape asked, and now there was an edge to his voice, the edge of a man who had expected to draw blood and found armor instead. "There isn't one," Harry said. "They're the same plant. Also known as aconite. Highly toxic. Used in the wolfsbane potion, among others." Snape stared at him. The silence stretched. "Then, it seems fame isn't everything, Potter. You've actually read a book." "Several," Harry said pleasantly. "I found the subject fascinating." Snape's jaw tightened. He turned away, robes swirling, and began the lesson. But Harry had seen what he needed to see, the animosity in Snape's eyes was personal, not professional. This was a man who hated Harry not for anything Harry had done, but for something Harry represented. The resemblance to James Potter, perhaps. Or something older and more complicated. Another thread. Another piece of the puzzle. Harry filed it away and focused on his potion. After class, Hermione grabbed his arm in the corridor. "That was brilliant. He was trying to embarrass you and you answered every question perfectly." "He's got a problem with me," Harry said. "I want to know why." "I'll look into it," Hermione said automatically, already reaching for her bag. "That's what I was hoping you'd say." They grinned at each other, and Harry felt that warmth again, the expanding thing, the fullness. Allies. Partners. Friends. The weekend arrived. Saturday morning, Harry woke early, dressed, and made his way to the Ollery. Hedwig was perched on a high rafter, looking magnificent and slightly judgmental, and she descended to his arm when he held it out. "I need you to take a letter to Gringotts," he said, tying a rolled parchment to her leg. "To Ironclaw. And then I need you to wait for a reply, because I think it's going to be important." Hedwig hooted once, an affirmative, businesslike hoot, and launched herself from the window. The letter was brief. "Dear Ironclaw, I'm at Hogwarts. Sorted into Gryffindor. Classes have begun. I've met Dumbledore, only from a distance, at the feast. He watched me during the sorting but hasn't approached me directly. I expect he will soon. When he does, I want to be ready. Please send me everything you have on Dumbledore's interactions with the Potter estate, every document he signed, every authorization he made, every annual report he approved. I want dates, amounts, and specifics. Also, the adjudication record. I want to know exactly what's in it and what it would look like if it were made public. Not because I'm ready to release it, but because I want to understand exactly what leverage I have before I walk into any conversation with the headmaster. One more thing. There's a teacher here named Severus Snape. He seems to have a personal grudge against me, possibly related to my father. Is there anything in the estate records, correspondence, legal disputes, anything that might explain this? Regards, Harry Potter. The reply came Monday evening. Hedwig returned to the Ollery carrying not one letter but a small parcel, a leather document case, sealed with the Gringotts crest. Harry took it to an empty classroom on the 7th floor that he discovered during one of his evening explorations, a dusty, disused room with a good lock on the door and no portraits on the walls. Portraits, he'd learned, talked to each other and reported to the headmaster. He set the case on a desk, broke the seal, and began to read. Ironclaw had been thorough. The case contained a complete chronological record of every interaction between Albus Dumbledore and the Potter estate, starting from the night of James and Lily's deaths. November 1, 1981, Dumbledore files for emergency magical guardianship of Harry James Potter. Granted by the Wisengamot within hours, no hearing, no objections. November 3, 1981, Dumbledore authorizes the monthly disbursement to the Dursleys. Amount, 150 galleons. Stated purpose, care, welfare, and upbringing of the Potter heir. November 3, 1981, same day Dumbledore signs the custodial management agreement with Gringotts, placing the Potter estate under Gringotts administration for the duration of Harry's minority. Annual reports from 1982 through 1991, Dumbledore signs off on each one. The reports are standard, vault balances, disbursement records, investment performance. Each report includes a line item for the Dursley stipend. Each report is signed, reviewed and approved, APWB Dumbledore. Not once, not in 10 annual reports, does any document suggest that Dumbledore verified the well-being of the child the stipend was meant to support. No welfare checks. No site visits. No communication with the Dursleys beyond the initial letter. He signed the reports. He approved the payments. He looked at the numbers and not at the child. Harry read every document twice. Then he closed the case, locked it in his trunk under the goblin-made lock, and sat on his bed in the quiet dormitory and thought. The leverage was enormous. If the adjudication record were released, the hearing transcript, the welfare assessment, the disbursement history, Dumbledore's authorizations, the fallout would be seismic. The Daily Prophet would have the story of the decade. The Wisengamot would face public pressure to investigate. Dumbledore's reputation, the wise, benevolent guardian of the wizarding world, would crack like dropped china. Harry could destroy the man. He had the ammunition, the evidence, and the platform. One letter to the prophet, one request to unseal the record, and the entire edifice would come crashing down. He didn't want to. Not because he was afraid. Not because he was forgiving. Because destroying Dumbledore wasn't the same as holding Dumbledore accountable, and Harry wanted the latter, not the former. A destroyed Dumbledore was useless, a disgraced old man, stripped of his positions, unable to do anything. An accountable Dumbledore was something else, a powerful man who understood that his power had limits and that the boy he'd left on a doorstep was not a piece to be moved but a person to be reckoned with. Harry wanted the reckoning. The personal one. Face to face. Ironclaw's letter was clipped to the inside of the case. Mr. Potter, all requested documents are enclosed. The paper trail is, as I promised, immaculate. Regarding the adjudication record, it contains the full hearing transcript, the welfare assessment, including the magical photographs, the disbursement history, and the panel's ruling. If released, it would be devastating. I advise continued restraint, but I note that restraint is most effective when the other party knows it exists. Dumbledore should be made aware that you possess this leverage. The knowledge alone will reshape his calculations. Regarding Severus Snape, there is nothing in the Potter estate records regarding him. However, I made inquiries through other channels. Snape was a contemporary of your parents at Hogwarts. He and your father were, by all accounts, bitter rivals. More relevantly, Snape and your mother were childhood friends, close friends, possibly more, before a falling out during their 5th year. The nature of the falling out is not in the public record, but it is worth noting that Snape joined the Death Eaters shortly thereafter and your mother married your father a year after graduation. Draw your own conclusions. Ironclaw. Harry read the section about Snape 3 times. His mother's childhood friend. A Death Eater. A man who now taught at Dumbledore's school and looked at Harry with eyes full of complicated hatred. The picture was getting fuller. More detailed. More human. Dumbledore wasn't a villain, he was a man who'd made decisions about Harry's life with the confidence of someone who believed he knew best, and who'd been so certain of his judgment that he'd never bothered to check if he was right. Snape wasn't a bully, or rather, he was, but he was also a man carrying 30 years of regret and resentment and grief, and Harry's face was a daily reminder of all of it. Understanding didn't mean accepting. It didn't mean forgiving. But it meant knowing, and knowledge was what Harry traded in now. He tucked the letter away. Tomorrow he'd talk to Hermione. They'd plan. And then, when the time was right, he'd talk to Dumbledore. The opportunity came sooner than expected. Wednesday evening, a week into term, Harry was leaving the library. He'd been researching ward theory, trying to understand Hermione's blood ward hypothesis, when a voice spoke from behind him. Harry. Might I have a word? He turned. Dumbledore was standing in the corridor, seemingly having materialized from thin air. He was wearing robes of midnight blue, embroidered with silver stars, and his half-moon spectacles reflected the torchlight. His expression was mild, warm, grandfatherly. Harry's pulse ticked up. He controlled it. Of course, Professor. Walk with me. They walked. Dumbledore led them through corridors Harry hadn't explored yet, past tapestries and suits of armor and windows that looked out on the moonlit grounds. He walked slowly, deliberately, Harry suspected, setting a pace that was conversational rather than purposeful. You've made quite an impression in your first week, Dumbledore said. Professor McGonagall tells me your transfiguration is exceptional. Professor Flitwick says you charm a feather as though you've been doing it for years. I read the textbooks, Harry said. Before term started. So I gathered. A twinkle in the blue eyes. Your mother was much the same. She arrived at Hogwarts already halfway through the curriculum and spent her first year being impatient with everyone else. The mention of his mother was calculated. Harry recognized it, a connection point, an emotional bridge, an invitation to trust. Dumbledore was good. Very good. I'd like to learn more about my mother, Harry said. And my father. I didn't know anything about them until a month ago. A shadow passed over Dumbledore's face. Genuine? Performed? Harry couldn't tell, and that itself was informative. A man whose sincerity you couldn't verify was a man who'd spent a lifetime managing perception. I regret that, Dumbledore said. I truly do. The decision to place you with your mother's sister was not made lightly, Harry. There were reasons. Important reasons. Reasons that I hope to explain to you fully, in time. Blood wards, Harry said. Dumbledore stopped walking. For the first time, the twinkle in his eyes dimmed, replaced by something sharp and alert. He looked at Harry over his spectacles. Where did you learn about blood wards? I read, Harry said. I research. I ask questions. Dumbledore studied him. The corridor was quiet, the torches casting long shadows. In the half-light, the headmaster looked very old and very thoughtful. Yes, he said at last. Blood wards. Your mother's sacrifice created a protection anchored in her blood, and through her, in her sister's blood. As long as you lived with Petunia, that protection held. It was the strongest shield I could give you. Against Voldemort, Harry said, and Dumbledore didn't flinch at the name, which Harry noted. Most wizards did. Against Voldemort. And against his followers. As long as the wards held, no one who wished you harm could touch you at Privet Drive. Dumbledore paused. It was not a perfect solution. I knew that. But the alternatives were worse. Were they? Harry asked. What were the alternatives? Magical foster care. A wizarding family. Possible targets for Death Eaters who might wish to find you, harm you, or, in some cases, use you. In the years after Voldemort's fall, his followers were desperate, dangerous, and actively seeking any connection to the war's survivors. The Blood Wards made you invisible to them. A wizarding home could not have offered the same protection. Harry listened. The argument was logical. It was even, he had to admit, reasonable. If you accepted the premise, that Harry's physical safety was the paramount concern, overriding all others, then the Blood Wards justified the Dursleys. The math worked. But Harry hadn't lived in a math problem. He'd lived in a cupboard. I understand the Blood Wards, Harry said. I understand why you placed me there. What I don't understand is why you never came back. Dumbledore said nothing. You authorized payments from my parents' vault, Harry continued. 150 galleons a month, for 10 years. You signed the authorization. You signed every annual report. You knew money was being sent to the Dursleys for my care. And in 10 years, you never once checked to see if that care was being provided. The corridor was very still. The torches flickered. I was aware, Dumbledore said quietly, that your home life was not ideal. Not ideal, Harry repeated. I slept in a cupboard under the stairs. I was fed scraps from my cousin's plate. I was told my parents were drunks who died in a car crash. I wore clothes 4 sizes too big because the Dursleys wouldn't buy me anything of my own, even though they were receiving £750 a month from my parents' estate. Not ideal doesn't begin to cover it, Professor. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, the twinkle was gone entirely. What remained was something Harry hadn't expected, pain. Real, raw, undisguised pain. You're right, Dumbledore said. You are entirely right, and I have no defense. I told myself that the protection was worth the cost. I told myself that Petunia would, in time, come to care for you. I told myself that the greater good required sacrifice, and that you would understand, someday, why the sacrifice was necessary. He paused. I was wrong. Not about the wards, the protection was real and it saved your life more than once, though you don't know it. But about the rest. About the cost. About trusting people who should not have been trusted. About looking away. The silence between them hummed. I have the adjudication record, Harry said. The full proceedings. Gringotts sealed it, but I can unseal it whenever I choose. Dumbledore's face didn't change. But something behind his eyes did, a recalculation, subtle and swift, the response of a brilliant mind processing new information and adjusting its model of the world. I see, he said. I haven't released it, Harry said. And I don't plan to. Not now. Maybe not ever. But I want you to know that it exists, and that I could. Because I need you to understand something, Professor. Yes. I'm not a piece on a board. I'm not a weapon to be stored and retrieved when needed. I'm not a sacrifice for the greater good or a symbol or a scar. I'm a person. I have a name and a history and a vault and a very sharp goblin account manager, and I make my own decisions. If you want to be part of my life, as a headmaster, as a mentor, as whatever you think you were trying to be when you left me on that doorstep, then it happens on my terms. Not yours. Dumbledore was quiet for a very long time. The kind of quiet that isn't empty but full of thought, of weight, of the slow, grinding rearrangement of a worldview that has been challenged at its foundation. Harry, he said at last, and his voice was different now, stripped of the grandfatherly warmth, the headmasterly authority, reduced to something simpler and more honest. Just a man, old and tired and not as wise as he'd believed. I owe you more than an apology. An apology is words, and words are what I'm good at, and I have used them too often to smooth over things that should not have been smoothed. So instead of an apology, I will make you a promise. What promise? That from this moment forward, any decision that affects your life will be made with you, not for you. That I will answer any question you ask me, honestly, even when the truth is uncomfortable. And that I will earn your trust, rather than assuming it. Harry studied the old man's face. The blue eyes, undimmed by age. The long nose, slightly crooked. The lines around his mouth, carved by a century of smiles and frowns and the countless small expressions of a life lived in the public eye. That's a good start, Harry said. Let's see if you keep it. Dumbledore nodded. A small, grave nod, entirely unlike the expansive gestures of the feast. I intend to. They stood in the corridor, headmaster and student, and the air between them was different now, not comfortable, not warm, but clear. Honest. The beginning of something that might, in time, become respect. One more thing, Harry said. Severus Snape. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. He hates me. Not as a student, personally. He was my mother's friend, and my father's enemy, and he looks at me and sees both of them, and he's taking it out on me in class. I want you to handle it. Severus is, a teacher. In your school. Under your authority. Whatever he feels about my parents is his business. How he treats me in his classroom is yours. Handle it, Professor. A long beat. Then, incredibly, Dumbledore almost smiled. Not the twinkling, benevolent smile of the feast. Something smaller and more rueful. You are very much your mother's son, he said. She had the same talent for making the unanswerable sound perfectly reasonable. Is it unreasonable? No. It is not. I will speak with Severus. Thank you. They parted. Dumbledore walked one way down the corridor, Harry the other. At the corner, Harry glanced back. The headmaster was standing where Harry had left him, half-moon spectacles catching the torchlight, staring at nothing with an expression that was, for once, completely unguarded. He looked like a man who had just realized that the child he'd placed on a doorstep 11 years ago had grown into someone he hadn't anticipated. Someone who couldn't be guided or managed or placed. Someone who would demand answers, and expect them, and know the difference between truth and performance. Harry turned the corner and walked back to Gryffindor Tower. The common room was warm, the fire crackling. Ron was playing chess against a fifth year and winning badly, which meant the fifth year was losing badly, because Ron played chess the way water runs downhill, with a kind of inevitable, devastating naturalness. Neville was reading a herbology text in one of the squashy armchairs. Trevor the Toad, finally recovered from beneath a bathroom sink, dozing on his lap. Hermione was waiting. She'd claimed the best table, near the fire, and had spread her notes across it in a pattern that looked chaotic but was, Harry knew, precisely organized according to a system that existed fully formed in her head and nowhere else. Harry sat down across from her. I talked to Dumbledore, he said. Hermione's quill stopped moving. Her eyes snapped to his. When? What happened? What did he say? He admitted the blood wards. He admitted he knew my home life was bad. He admitted he never checked on me. He admitted all that. Voluntarily. I didn't give him much choice. I told him about the adjudication record. Hermione's breath caught. Harry. That's a significant move. I know. I wasn't planning it. But he was doing the thing, the twinkle, the warmth, the trust me, I know best, routine. And I decided that if we were going to have an honest relationship, he needed to know what was on the table. What did he do? He promised to include me in decisions from now on. To answer my questions honestly. To earn my trust. Hermione sat back. She looked at him with an expression that was difficult to read, admiration, concern, something else. Do you believe him? Harry thought about it. Really thought. I believe he meant it in the moment. Whether he can sustain it, whether a century of doing things his own way can be undone by one conversation in a corridor, I don't know. But he knows the record exists. He knows I have leverage. And he knows I'll use it if he breaks the promise. That's not trust, Harry. That's deterrence. For now, deterrence is enough. Trust can come later. If he earns it. Hermione nodded slowly. Then she pulled a sheet of parchment from her pile and slid it across the table. I've been working on something. A timeline. Every known decision Dumbledore has made about you, from the night your parents died to today. Sources include the Gringotts documents, publicly available ministry records, and references in published books. Harry looked at the timeline. It was meticulous: dates, actions, consequences, cross-references. Hermione's handwriting was small and precise, and the parchment was covered from top to bottom. This is incredible, he said. I'm not finished. There are gaps, things I can't verify from public sources. But the overall picture is clear. Dumbledore has been the single most influential figure in your life since the day you were born, and every major decision he's made has prioritized strategic considerations over your personal welfare. The blood wards are real. I'm not disputing that. But here's the thing, Harry. She leaned forward. Blood wards require proximity, not misery. You needed to live with Petunia. You didn't need to be starved, or neglected, or locked in a cupboard. Dumbledore could have placed monitoring charms on the house. He could have assigned a wizard or witch to check on you periodically. He could have, at minimum, verified that the stipend was being used for its intended purpose. The ward theory explains why you were at Privet Drive. It does not explain why you suffered there. Harry looked at the timeline. At the gaps. At the pattern. He let it happen, he said. He let it happen, Hermione agreed. Maybe not deliberately. Maybe through negligence, or arrogance, or the simple failure to imagine that people could be as cruel as the Dursleys were. But the result is the same. Ron had finished his chess match and drifted over, dropping into a chair. What are we whispering about? Dumbledore, Harry said. And what to do about him? Do about him? He's Dumbledore. Ron said it the way someone might say he's gravity, a fundamental force, not something you did things about. He's a man, Harry said. A very powerful, very old man who made decisions about my life without my input and is now realizing that I'm not going to let that continue. The question is what happens next. What do you want to happen next? Neville asked from his armchair. He'd been listening, Harry realized, quietly, attentively, the way Neville did everything. I want answers, Harry said. Real ones. About my parents, about the war, about why Voldemort came after my family specifically, about what Dumbledore knows and isn't telling me. And I want to be treated like a person with agency, not a child to be managed. And if Dumbledore doesn't cooperate? Ron asked. Harry looked at the fire. The flames danced, gold and red, throwing warmth across the common room. Around them, Gryffindor students studied and laughed and lived their uncomplicated lives, unaware that 4 first-years in the corner were discussing the possible public dismantling of the most powerful wizard in Britain. Then I unseal the record, Harry said. And the Daily Prophet gets the story of the century. The fire crackled. The common room hummed. And the 4 of them sat together, friends and conspirators, and the future stretched ahead of them like a road in moonlight, visible, uncertain, and full of possibility. Ron leaned back in his chair. You know what, Harry? My brothers said Hogwarts would be boring for the first few years. Your brothers were wrong, Hermione said. My brothers, Ron said, grinning, have never been more wrong about anything in their lives. Harry smiled. The warmth in his chest was there again, the expanding thing, the fullness, the sense of spaces being filled. He looked at Ron, at Hermione, at Neville, at the fire, at the common room, at the castle that held them all, and felt something settle into place. Not peace. Not yet. There was too much ahead, too many questions, too many battles, too many threads still unraveling. But something close. Something that might grow into peace, given time and truth and the fierce, stubborn loyalty of the people around him. He pulled Hermione's timeline toward him and began to read. Outside, the castle slept. The lake was still. The stars burned cold and bright above the towers. And in his office, high in the astronomy tower, Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk, surrounded by the silver whirring instruments that monitored Harry Potter's vital signs and magical signature, and stared at a photograph of a red-haired woman with green eyes who had once been the best student he'd ever taught. "Your son," he said to the photograph, "is going to be trouble." The photograph smiled. It was not a comforting smile. Dumbledore sighed, removed his spectacles, and pinched the bridge of his crooked nose. He had a great deal of thinking to do. Chapter 4, Sorting Fires. October came to Hogwarts like a slow exhalation, the grounds turning amber and rust, the lake going dark and still beneath skies that couldn't decide between rain and clarity. The castle felt different in autumn. Warmer somehow, as though the stone itself was drawing in against the cold, the corridors more intimate, the fires in every hearth burning a little brighter. Harry barely noticed. He was too busy learning. Not just the curriculum, though he excelled at that, quietly and consistently, in a way that was starting to attract attention from the staff and quiet resentment from certain corners of the student body. His transfiguration was the best in the year. His charms were effortless. His theoretical understanding of magic, built on those obsessive weeks of reading at Privet Drive, gave him a foundation that most of his classmates wouldn't develop for years. McGonagall had started setting him additional reading. Flitwick had invited him to try second-year material, just to see. Even Sprout, whose subject Harry had the least natural affinity for, admitted that his preparation was exemplary. Potions remained a battlefield. Snape had not changed. Whatever Dumbledore had said to him, and Harry was reasonably certain the conversation had occurred, based on the fact that Snape had arrived at the next potions class with an expression that suggested he'd been chewing glass, the results were negligible. Snape didn't target Harry as openly now. No more celebrity comments, no more trying to catch him off guard with advanced questions. But the hatred was still there, simmering beneath the surface like a cauldron on low heat, manifesting in smaller ways, a point deducted for an allegedly imperfect stir, a sneer at Harry's technique that was never directed at the Slytherins, a persistent refusal to acknowledge that Harry's potions were consistently among the best in the class. Harry endured it. Not passively, he never gave Snape the satisfaction of a reaction, which he suspected was its own form of punishment for the man, but with the patient, calculating stillness of someone who understood that this particular battle was not worth fighting yet. Snape was a piece on the board. Harry would deal with him when the time was right, and not before. What Harry was really learning, in those first weeks of October, was Hogwarts itself. The castle, the culture, the invisible architecture of power and influence that governed the wizarding world in miniature. He learned that the houses were more than dormitory assignments. They were factions. Allegiances. The Slytherins operated as a bloc, organized, hierarchical, with Draco Malfoy already positioning himself as the first-year alpha despite being 11 and having all the gravitas of a well-dressed ferret. The Ravenclaws were insular, competitive, more interested in academic status than political maneuvering. The Hufflepuffs were underestimated by everyone, which Harry suspected was exactly how they liked it. They were the largest house, the most connected, and they talked to each other with a loyalty that the other houses couldn't match. And Gryffindor was chaos. Beautiful, disorganized, passionate chaos. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, were the house's unofficial heartbeat, pranksters and provocateurs whose antics masked a genuine brilliance that most people were too busy laughing to notice. Percy Weasley, their older brother, was a prefect who wielded his badge like a tiny shield against a world that refused to take him as seriously as he took himself. The Quidditch team was the house's religion, and Oliver Wood, the captain, was its high priest, a boy so consumed by the sport that Harry suspected he dreamed in playbook diagrams. Harry navigated all of it. He watched. He listened. He mapped the social terrain with the same methodical attention he'd applied to Goblin Law, because the skills were the same, understanding who had power, who wanted it, how it flowed and pooled and could be redirected. And he flew. That was the unexpected thing. The thing that came from nowhere and changed everything. It happened in the second week of October, during the first year's flying lesson. Madam Hooch, the flying instructor, lined them up on the Quidditch pitch with a row of school broomsticks, battered, temperamental things that looked like they'd been used by every student since the founding of the school and resented every one of them. "Stick out your right hand over your broom," Hooch commanded, "and say, 'up.'" Harry held his hand over the broomstick and said, "up," and the broom leaped into his palm like a dog greeting its owner, instant, eager, alive. Around him, other students were coaxing and pleading and shouting at their brooms. Ron's had rolled over. Hermione's had twitched and gone still. Neville's hadn't moved at all. Neville. It went wrong fast. Neville's broom, perhaps sensing his nervousness, chose the worst possible moment to cooperate. It surged upward with Neville clinging to it, white-knuckled and terrified, rising 10 feet, 20, 30, while Madam Hooch shouted instructions he was too panicked to hear. He slipped. Fell. Hit the ground with a crack that made Harry's stomach lurch, and lay there clutching his wrist, his face gray with pain. Hooch rushed over, helped him up, and marched him toward the hospital wing, leaving strict instructions: "None of you is to move while I take this boy to Madame Pomfrey. You leave those brooms where they are or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say, Quidditch." She was barely out of earshot when Draco Malfoy bent down and picked something up from the grass. A glass ball, small and round, filled with white smoke. Neville's Remembrall, his gran had sent it that morning. "Look at this." Draco laughed, holding it up. "The stupid thing Longbottom's gran sent him." "Give it here, Malfoy," Harry said. The laughter stopped. Draco looked at Harry, and the playground smirk on his face wavered, a flicker of uncertainty, there and gone. He'd learned, on the train, that Harry Potter didn't follow scripts. But Draco Malfoy was 11 and surrounded by his house, and 11-year-old boys with audiences make more actions right the next chapter now. Chapter 5, What is Ode December came to Hogwarts like a siege, the cold settling over the castle in layers, frost crawling up the windows overnight, the lake freezing from the edges inward until it was a solid grey sheet that the giant squid tapped from underneath with a sound like knocking on a very large door. The grounds turned white, then whiter, the snow piling against the castle walls in drifts that Hagrid had to shovel with something that looked more like a small boat than a spade. Harry barely noticed the season changing. He was too deep in the current of events, riding it, steering where he could, watching where he couldn't. The weeks between November and the Christmas holidays were a compressed, accelerating blur of Quidditch practice and research and careful conversations and the slow, patient accumulation of information that was becoming his defining skill. Quirrell was getting bolder. It wasn't obvious, the man was good at his mask, Harry had to give him that. The stutter, the flinch, the permanent expression of someone who just heard a loud noise and was waiting for another. But Harry was watching now, really watching, with the focused attention of someone who knew what was behind the mask, and the cracks were showing. Little things. Quirrell's classroom smelled wrong, not just the garlic, which was supposedly to ward off vampires, but something underneath it, something sour and faintly rotten, like meat left in the sun. His turban, which Quirrell claimed was a gift from an African prince, seemed to grow incrementally larger each week, as though whatever was inside it was taking up more space. And his eyes, when he thought no one was looking, went flat and hard and ancient in a way that had nothing to do with Professor Quirinus Quirrell and everything to do with what was riding him. Harry shared his observations with the group, with Ron and Hermione and Neville, in the war room, during their now regular evening meetings. Hermione kept the notes. Ron, who had developed an unexpected talent for strategy, mapped out Quirrell's movements through the castle like a chess player tracking an opponent's pieces. And Neville, quiet and methodical, had done something unexpectedly brilliant. He befriended Professor Sprout so thoroughly that she'd mentioned, in passing, the nature of her contribution to the third-floor protections. Devil's Snare, Neville reported. It's one of the layers. A massive plant that constricts anything that touches it. Hates light and fire. So if someone needed to get past it, Ron started. Bluebell flames, Hermione said instantly. Simple charm, portable, burns indefinitely. It would hate that. They were building a map of the protections. Not because they planned to go through them, not yet, not unless they had to, but because Harry believed in knowing the terrain. If Quirrell made his move, they needed to understand what stood between him and whatever Dumbledore was guarding. The days shortened. The castle grew colder. And on the 15th of December, two things happened. The first was the Daily Prophet. Harry was at breakfast, eating porridge and reading Hermione's latest research summary. She'd begun producing them in neat, paginated form, complete with footnotes and a bibliography, because she was incapable of doing anything halfway, when the Morning Owl post descended. Hedwig landed in front of him with a copy of the Prophet, which Harry had started receiving by subscription because knowing what the wizarding public was being told was as important as knowing the truth. The headline punched him in the chest. Boy WHO Lived's Muggle Guardians face financial ruin. Gringotts legal action reveals decade of mismanaged funds by Rita Skeeter. Special correspondent Harry's hands went still on the paper. He hadn't released the record. He hadn't authorized this. Someone had leaked. He read the article with the focused speed of someone defusing a bomb. Sources within the Ministry of Magic have confirmed that Gringotts Wizarding Bank recently concluded legal proceedings against the Muggle guardians of Harry Potter, the boy who lived. The proceedings, conducted under Goblin jurisdiction per the Treaty of 1412, resulted in the seizure of the Dursley family's savings and the placement of a lien on their property. The details of the case remain sealed, but this reporter has learned that the proceedings related to the misappropriation of funds disbursed from the Potter estate for the care of the Potter heir. The disbursements, which totaled approximately 18,000 galleons over a 10-year period, were authorized by Albus Dumbledore in his capacity as Harry Potter's magical guardian. The question the wizarding public should be asking, said an anonymous source close to the proceedings, is why Albus Dumbledore authorized payments for a child's care without ever verifying that the care was being provided. Dumbledore's office declined to comment. Gringotts declined to comment. The Dursleys could not be reached. More on page 4, Who Failed the Boy WHO Lived. An examination of magical guardianship law and the responsibilities of those who hold it. Harry put the paper down. His porridge was getting cold. Around him, the great hall was erupting, students passing copies of the Prophet between tables, the whisper network crackling to life, heads turning toward Harry with the hungry curiosity of people who'd just been handed a story that was better than any novel. Ron appeared at his shoulder, having read the article over his arm. Bloody hell. I didn't do this, Harry said. The record is still sealed. Someone leaked to the Prophet independently. Who? Hermione asked, sliding into the seat across from him with her own copy of the paper already open to page 4. Rita Skeeter's sources. She says, within the ministry. Which means someone at the ministry knew about the proceedings, probably through the treaty enforcement mechanisms. Gringotts has to notify the ministry when they exercise cross-jurisdictional authority over Muggle assets, and that someone decided to give it to the press. Why? Harry thought about it. Because information is currency, and someone decided that this particular piece of information was worth spending. The question is who benefits. Dumbledore's enemies, Hermione said immediately. Anyone who'd want to embarrass him. The article is careful, it doesn't accuse him directly, but the implication is clear. He authorized the payments. He didn't check on you. The public draws its own conclusions. Lucius Malfoy, Ron said. Board of Governors. Hates Dumbledore. Has ministry connections up to his eyeballs. Harry looked at the Slytherin table. Draco Malfoy was reading the Prophet with an expression of barely concealed satisfaction. the kind of smile that said I knew before you did. Malfoy, Harry agreed. Or someone adjacent to him. The leak benefits anyone who wants Dumbledore weakened. And right now, with Quirrell making moves on the third floor, a weakened Dumbledore benefits, Voldemort, Hermione finished quietly. The name drew flinches from the nearest students. Harry didn't notice. He was thinking, fast, the machinery of his mind engaged at full speed. The leak was a problem. Not because the information was wrong, every word of the article was true, as far as it went, but because Harry had lost control of the narrative. He'd planned to release the record on his terms, at a time of his choosing, with strategic precision. Instead, someone else had decided the timing, and the result was a story that was sensational without being complete. The prophet had the outrage but not the context. The public had the headline but not the full picture. He needed to get ahead of this. I need to write to Ironclaw, Harry said. Now. He left the Great Hall. Hermione followed. Ron followed Hermione. They moved through the corridors at speed, drawing curious looks from students who just read the article and were now watching the boy who lived stride through the castle with a face like a closed door. In the war room, Harry wrote fast. Dear Ironclaw, the prophet has the story. Not from me, someone at the ministry leaked. Rita Skeeter, front page. I need you to read it immediately. 2 things I need: first, unseal the adjudication record. All of it. If the story is going to be public, I want the public to have the full picture, not the version Rita Skeeter constructs from anonymous sources and implication. The full record, the hearing transcript, the welfare assessment, the disbursement history, all of it. Release it to the prophet and to the Wisengamot and to anyone else who asks. Second, file the paperwork for the Daily Prophet Board seat. Today. If the paper is going to be writing about me, I want a seat at the table. I know this is faster than we planned. But the timeline isn't ours anymore. Someone else made that decision for us, and now we adapt. Regards, Harry Potter. He sealed it, gave it to Hedwig, and watched her fly. Then he turned to Hermione and Ron. The full record, Hermione said. Harry, are you sure? The welfare assessment, the photographs, the medical details, that's incredibly personal. Once it's public, everyone will know. About the cupboard. About the malnutrition. About all of it. I know, Harry said. And you're okay with that? Harry looked out the window. The grounds were white, the sky heavy with more snow. In the distance, Hagrid's hut trailed a thin line of smoke from its chimney. No, he said. I'm not okay with it. It's private. It's mine. I don't want the whole wizarding world reading about my cupboard and feeling sorry for me. He paused. But the alternative is worse. The alternative is letting someone else control the story, letting Skeeter fill in the gaps with speculation and gossip and whatever spin serves her sources. If the record is sealed and the story is out there, people will imagine what's inside. And what they imagine will be shaped by whoever's whispering in their ears. But if I release the full record, there's nothing to imagine. It's just the truth. And the truth is harder to spin. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded. You're right. The full record is the strongest position. If the truth is out there, in its entirety, no one can cherry-pick or distort it. She pulled out parchment. We should prepare a statement. Something for the prophet, in your words, in your voice. Not a press release. Something personal. A letter, Harry said. An open letter to the wizarding public. Yes. Exactly. Tell them what happened. Not the legal details, the record covers that. Tell them what it was like. What you want. What you think should change. Harry sat down. He picked up a quill. And for the first time in months, he wasn't writing to Ironclaw or to Hermione or to Dumbledore. He was writing to everyone. The words came slowly at first, then faster, then in a rush that felt like something being released, a dam breaking, a door opening, the first deep breath after years underwater. To the wizarding public, by now, many of you will have read the Daily Prophet's account of the Gringotts proceedings involving my Muggle guardians, the Dursleys. What follows is my own account, in my own words. I am releasing the full adjudication record alongside this letter, so that you may read the facts for yourselves. I was placed with the Dursleys on the night my parents were murdered. I was 15 months old. The decision was made by Albus Dumbledore, who became my magical guardian by emergency order of the Wizengamot. He authorized monthly payments from my parents' estate to the Dursleys, 150 galleons per month, approximately £750, for my care, clothing, food, and well-being. The payments were made for 10 years. In that time, I slept in a cupboard under the stairs. I was fed inadequately and inconsistently. I wore clothes that did not fit me because they were hand-me-downs from my cousin, who is roughly 4 times my size. I was told my parents were worthless drunks who died in a car crash. I received no medical care, no dental care, and no affection. The money, all £90,000 of it, was spent by the Dursleys on themselves. Their savings account, their car, their home improvements, their son's private school. None of it was spent on me. This is not speculation or allegation. It is documented fact, confirmed by Gringotts' magical welfare assessment, which cannot be falsified. The Gringotts adjudication panel found the Dursleys guilty of financial fraud and misappropriation of entrusted funds. Their assets have been seized. That matter is settled. What is not settled is the broader question: how did this happen? How was a child, any child, not just me, left in a situation of neglect for 10 years while money was being paid for his care? The answer is simple and uncomfortable: no one checked. The payments were authorized and the child was forgotten. I am not writing this letter to seek sympathy. I am writing it because I believe that what happened to me is a symptom of a larger failure, a failure of oversight, of accountability, of the basic obligation that adults have toward the children in their care. I was the boy who lived, and no one looked. If it happened to me, it is happening to others. I am therefore announcing the establishment of the Potter Foundation for Muggleborn Orientation. This foundation, funded by the Potter estate and administered through Gringotts, will provide practical support to every Muggleborn student entering the wizarding world, a guide, a mentor, an explanation of how things work. No child should arrive at Hogwarts as ignorant and unprepared as I did. No child should have to figure out the wizarding world alone. I am also announcing that the Potter estate will be claiming its seat on the Daily Prophet's editorial board, a right that has existed since 1969 and has never been exercised. I believe in a free press. I also believe in an honest one. The wizarding public deserves a newspaper that informs rather than sensationalizes, that investigates rather than speculates, and that holds power accountable, including my own. What happened to me was wrong. But wrong things can be made right, if we choose to make them so. I choose to. Harry James Potter heir, the noble and ancient house of Potter. He put down the quill. His hand was shaking. Not from fear or anger but from the sheer physical release of putting it all down, all of it, everything he'd carried and calculated and kept inside for months. It was on the page now. It was real. Hermione read it over his shoulder. He heard her breath catch, heard the small sound she made when she reached the part about the cupboard, heard the silence that followed. "It's perfect," she said quietly. "Don't change a word." Ron had been reading too, standing behind Hermione. His ears were very red, and his jaw was set in a way that Harry had learned meant Ron was feeling something strongly and refusing to cry about it. "Mate," Ron said, and his voice was thick. "That's the bravest thing I've ever read." Harry looked at them, his friends, his first friends, standing in a dusty classroom in a magic castle, and he felt that thing again, that expanding warmth, that fullness. Not because of the letter. Because of them. "Help me copy it," he said. "One for the Prophet, one for the Wizengamot, one for Ironclaw, one for the Hogwarts notice board. They copied 3 copies in Hermione's neat hand, 1 in Harry's, and they rolled them and sealed them and gave them all to Hedwig, who accepted the bundle with the dignified patience of an owl who understood that she was participating in history and expected to be compensated in mice. She flew. The letters flew with her. And the thing was done. The next 36 hours were the longest of Harry's life. Ironclaw, as always, moved with devastating speed. By the following morning, the full adjudication record had been released to the Daily Prophet, the Wizengamot, and the Ministry of Magic. The board seat paperwork had been filed. Harry's open letter had been received by the Prophet's editorial office. The Prophet ran everything the next day. Front page, full spread, for additional pages inside. The headline was enormous: Harry Potter Speaks, the full story of the boy who lived. Below it, Harry's letter, reproduced in full. And beside it, excerpts from the adjudication record, the disbursement history, the welfare assessment summary, the panel's ruling. The photographs from the magical assessment were not published. Harry had asked Ironclaw to withhold them, a decision he was grateful for, but the written descriptions were damning enough. The response was immediate, overwhelming, and split. The great hall at breakfast was a wall of noise. Students at every table were reading the Prophet, talking over each other, craning their necks to look at Harry. The whisper network had been replaced by a shouting network. Some faces were sympathetic, soft eyes, tentative smiles, the awkward reaching out of people who didn't know what to say but felt they should say something. Others were hostile, Slytherins, mostly, whose families had fought on the other side of the war and who saw the story as an attack on Dumbledore and, by extension, on the order they'd profited from. And some faces were just stunned. The story of the boy who lived, the legend, the myth, the scar and the vanquished Dark Lord, had been replaced by something rawer and less comfortable. A boy in a cupboard. A stolen childhood. The most famous wizard in Britain, age 11, eating scraps from his cousin's plate. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and ate his breakfast and let the noise wash over him. Ron sat on one side, Hermione on the other, Neville across. They formed a wall around him, not physical, but present, visible, a message to anyone watching: he's not alone. The owls were still coming. Letters, dozens of them, piling up beside Harry's plate. Some were from strangers, witches and wizards who'd read the article and wanted to express sympathy, or outrage, or support. Some were from people he'd heard of, members of the Wizengamot, heads of old families, names he recognized from his reading. One was from a woman named Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, whose letter was brief and official and said, simply, "Mr. Potter, I would like to meet with you at your earliest convenience to discuss the matters raised in your public statement. My office is at your disposal." Harry set Bones's letter aside. That was important. Another letter, on Gringotts stationery. "Mr. Potter, the record has been released. The board seat has been filed. The Prophet accepted your letter with, I am told, considerable editorial enthusiasm. Rita Skeeter attempted to add commentary and was overruled by the editor-in-chief, who recognized that your letter was more powerful without adornment. The Wizengamot has received the record. I am told that several members have already called for an inquiry into Dumbledore's exercise of magical guardianship. The Chief Warlock's office, which is, of course, Dumbledore's own office, has not yet responded. Regarding the Potter Foundation, I have drafted the charter and allocated initial funding of 50,000 galleons from the Potter Primary Vault. The foundation will be operational by the start of the next academic year. I have taken the liberty of approaching Hogwarts Muggle Studies Department about collaboration, though I suspect that department could use rather more than collaboration. You asked, in a previous letter, about Voldemort's finances. I have been investigating. The results are disturbing and complex. I will brief you in person during the Christmas holidays. Well done, Mr. Potter. Well done indeed. Ironclaw. Harry folded the letter and tucked it into his robes. The noise of the great hall was fading to a background hum. He was thinking about Dumbledore. He looked up at the head table. The headmaster's chair was empty. "He's not here," Hermione said, following his gaze. "He wasn't here yesterday, either." "Where is he?" "My guess. London. The Wizengamot is meeting today, emergency session. Your letter and the record have forced it." Harry nodded. The Wizengamot. The Wizarding World's highest legislative and judicial body, convened an emergency session because an 11-year-old boy had told the truth. The absurdity of it struck him, and he almost laughed. Almost. But the laughter was edged with something that wasn't funny, the recognition that it shouldn't have taken this. It shouldn't have taken a legal battle and a newspaper story and a public letter to make the adults in charge pay attention to a child who'd been failed by the system they ran. He pushed his plate away and stood. "Where are you going?" Ron asked. "I need to think," Harry said. "I'll be at the lake." He walked out of the great hall, past the staring students, through the entrance hall, and out the great oak doors into the December morning. The cold hit him like a slap, sharp, clean, bracing. The grounds were white and still, the snow unbroken except for Hagrid's footprints leading to and from his hut. Harry walked to the lake. The shore was frozen, the water beneath the ice dark and deep. He stood at the edge and breathed, and the cold air burned his lungs, and the world was very quiet. He thought about Petunia. About the drive to King's Cross, the silence in the car, the raw confession about Lily and jealousy and grief. He thought about Vernon, grey-faced and diminished, stripped of his savings and his certainty. He thought about Dudley, who had cried behind his door and didn't understand why his world was falling apart. The article would reach them. Not the Prophet, Muggles couldn't read the Prophet, but the ripple effects. The Gringotts enforcement team had explained to the Dursleys that the proceedings were confidential, but confidentiality was a Goblin concept, not a Muggle one. Neighbors would notice the house going on the market. Friends would notice the car being sold. The Dursleys' carefully maintained facade of suburban normality was crumbling, and the people of Little Whinging would draw their own conclusions. Harry felt, what? Not guilt. He'd been over this, examined it from every angle, and guilt was not what he owed the Dursleys. But something. A heaviness. The recognition that justice, even righteous justice, even justified justice, left marks on everyone it touched. Thinking deep thoughts. Harry turned. Hagrid was standing 10 feet away, enormous in his moleskin overcoat, snowflakes settling in his wild beard. He looked like a mountain that had grown a face and decided to take a walk. "Something like that," Harry said. Hagrid came to stand beside him. The ice at the lake's edge creaked under his weight. "Read your letter in the Prophet," he said. His voice was rough. "Read the whole thing. What did you think?" Hagrid was quiet for a long time. The snow fell. The lake was still. "I think you're the bravest kid I ever met," Hagrid said. "And I think your mum and dad'd be prouder of ya than they'd know how ter say. And I think," his voice cracked. He pulled out the tablecloth handkerchief and pressed it to his face. "I think I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry I left ya there. Every time I think about it, the cupboard, the not eaten, all of it, I just, Hagrid," Harry said. "Stop." The big man looked at him, eyes red, nose running. "It wasn't your fault," Harry said. "You did what Dumbledore told you to do. You trusted him. That's not a sin, it's what everyone did. The fault lies with the people who made the decisions, not the people who carried them out in good faith. But if I'd just checked, if a lot of people had just checked, things would have been different. You, Dumbledore, McGonagall, the Ministry. The whole system failed, Hagrid. One person checking wouldn't have fixed the system. It would have fixed me, and I'm grateful that you wish you had, but I need you to stop carrying this. I need you here, present, being my friend. Not drowning in guilt about things you can't change." Hagrid stared at him. Then he let out a breath that could have launched a small sailboat and shook his massive head. 11 years old, he said. 11 years old and you're talkin' like a grown man. It's not right, Harry. Yeah, shouldn't have to be this wise this young. Maybe not, Harry said. But I am. And I'd rather use it than wish it away. Hagrid nodded. Then he reached out one enormous hand and rested it on Harry's shoulder, and the weight of it was warm and solid and real, and Harry closed his eyes and let himself feel it, the simple, uncomplicated kindness of a man who had no angle and no agenda and was just, fundamentally, good. They stood there for a while, the giant and the boy, at the edge of the frozen lake, while the snow fell around them and the castle rose behind them, and neither of them spoke, because some moments are better without words. Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts 3 days later. Harry heard about it from McGonagall, who summoned him to her office after transfiguration with a look on her face that was harder to read than usual. "The headmaster would like to see you," she said. "This evening, after dinner. The password is pear drops." "Thank you, Professor." McGonagall hesitated. She was standing behind her desk, ramrod straight as always, tartan robes immaculate, but there was something in her eyes that wasn't quite professional. "Potter," she said. "Your letter. In the Prophet." "Yes, Professor." She looked at him. The stern mask wavered, just for a moment, and underneath it Harry saw something fierce and protective and very, very angry, not at him. "I should have checked on you," she said. "I argued against placing you with the Dursleys. I told Albus they were the worst sort of muggles. But I didn't argue hard enough, and I didn't check, and I should have, and I'm sorry." Harry looked at her, Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, head of Gryffindor House, a woman who could turn into a cat and had probably never apologized for anything in her life. "Thank you, Professor," he said. "That means a lot." She nodded once, sharply, in the manner of someone who had said a difficult thing and needed to be done with it. "Off you go, then. And Potter, well done in class today. Your transfiguration is the best I've seen from a first year since your mother." Harry left her office and walked through the castle, and the corridors were quieter than usual, as though the building itself were holding its breath. He went to Dumbledore's office after dinner. The gargoyle moved at the password, the staircase spiraled upward, and Harry knocked on the door. "Come in, Harry." Dumbledore was behind his desk. He looked tired, genuinely tired, not the performed weariness of a busy man but the deep exhaustion of someone who had spent 3 days defending himself before the highest court in the wizarding world. His robes were wrinkled. His half-moon spectacles sat slightly crooked on his nose. Fawkes, on his perch, was watching his master with the concerned attention of a creature that understood more than it could say. "Sit down," Dumbledore said. Harry sat. "The Wizengamot," Dumbledore said, without preamble, "has opened a formal inquiry into my exercise of magical guardianship over you." The inquiry was proposed by Amelia Bones and seconded by Augusta Longbottom. It passed by a vote of 37 to 12. Harry said nothing. He waited. "The inquiry will examine the disbursements, the lack of oversight, and the conditions in which you were raised. I will be required to testify. The testimony will be public." Dumbledore paused. "I have also received a formal motion from the Board of Governors, authored by Lucius Malfoy, calling for a vote of no confidence in my position as headmaster. How will that vote go?" "It will fail. I have sufficient support on the board. But the fact that it was filed at all is significant. Malfoy is testing the waters. Seeing how much damage the story has done, and whether there's an opportunity to push further." "And you think Malfoy is the one who leaked to the Prophet?" Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "Yes. Through intermediaries, of course. Lucius would never leave fingerprints on something this crude. But the leak serves his interests, anything that weakens me strengthens his position." "And Voldemort's," Harry said. A long silence. "The silver instrument's word." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "And Voldemort's." Which is why I want to have a very honest conversation with you, Harry. More honest than any we've had before. Harry leaned forward. I'm listening. The inquiry and the no-confidence vote are distractions. Dangerous distractions, at a time when I can least afford them. Voldemort, through Quirrell, is moving closer to the object on the third floor. My ability to protect it depends on my ability to remain at Hogwarts, to maintain my authority, to act without being constantly second-guessed by politicians and journalists. Every day I spend defending myself before the Wizengamot is a day I'm not watching Quirrell. You want me to call it off, Harry said. No. Dumbledore said it firmly. No. The inquiry is just. The questions being asked should be asked. I failed you, Harry, and I should answer for it. What I want is not for the inquiry to stop, but for us to work together, openly, honestly, as allies, to ensure that the inquiry doesn't become a weapon that Voldemort's servants can use to remove me from Hogwarts at the worst possible moment. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The old man was doing something Harry had never seen him do before, asking for help. Not managing. Not directing. Asking. The vulnerability of it was startling, like seeing a mountain admit it was tired of standing. What do you propose? Harry asked. I propose an alliance. A real one, not a managed one. I will testify honestly before the Wizengamot, every question, every detail, no evasions. I will accept whatever consequences the inquiry produces, including the loss of my guardianship authority if the panel so rules. In return, I ask that you publicly state that you do not seek my removal from Hogwarts, and that the inquiry is about accountability, not punishment. That's already what I believe, Harry said. I know. But saying it publicly, in the Prophet, on the record, would defuse Malfoy's no-confidence motion and allow me to focus on the threat that actually matters. Harry thought about it. Turned it over. Examined the angles. I'll make the statement, he said. But I want something in return. Name it. Full disclosure. About Voldemort. About the prophecy. The word hit the air like a stone hitting still water. Prophecy. Dumbledore's face went blank, not calm, not controlled, but blank, the absolute absence of expression that comes when someone has been struck in a place they thought was armored. How do you know about the prophecy? He asked. I don't, Harry said. Not the details. But I know it exists. Ironclaw found a reference in the Gringotts archives, a sealed file related to the Potter Vault, flagged as prophecy-related security concern, dated October 1981. 1 month before my parents were killed. He was taking a calculated risk. He didn't know the contents of the prophecy. He barely knew it existed. The reference in Ironclaw's files had been oblique, a footnote, a shadow. But Dumbledore's reaction told him everything. It was real, it was important, and Dumbledore had been keeping it from him. Harry, Dumbledore began. You promised, Harry said. Honest answers. Every question. The silence stretched. Fawkes trilled softly, a low, warm note that seemed to fill the room with something gentle and sad. There is a prophecy, Dumbledore said. Made before you were born, by a seer named Sybil Trelawney. I was present when it was made. Its contents are the reason Voldemort targeted your family. Tell me. Dumbledore stood. He moved to a cabinet in the corner of the office, opened it, and removed a glass sphere, small, swirling with silver mist, glowing faintly in the dim light. He held it in both hands, staring into it, and for a moment he looked not like the greatest wizard of the age but like a very old, very tired man holding a regret. He set the sphere on the desk between them. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, Dumbledore recited, and his voice was soft, almost reverent. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The words hung in the air. Silver mist swirled in the sphere. Harry sat very still. Either must die at the hand of the other. Neither can live while the other survives. That's about me, he said. Yes. And Voldemort. He heard this, or part of it, and that's why he came after my parents. He heard the first part. About the child born at the end of July, to parents who had defied him 3 times. It could have referred to you or to Neville Longbottom, both of you fit the criteria. But Voldemort chose you. And in doing so, in marking you with that scar, he fulfilled the prophecy himself. Harry touched his forehead. The scar. The mark. The lightning bolt that the whole wizarding world saw as a symbol of victory and that Voldemort had left as a brand. The power the Dark Lord knows not, Harry said. What is it? Your mother's sacrifice. Her love. It's what protected you that night, and it's what powers the blood wards at Privet Drive. Love, Harry, the willingness to die for another person, is a form of magic that Voldemort, who has never loved anyone, cannot understand or counter. Harry sat with this. The prophecy. The power. The destiny that had been written before he was born and that had shaped every moment of his life since. You knew this, he said. You knew this all along. When you placed me with the Dursleys. When you authorized the payments. When you looked away for 10 years. You knew that I was destined to face Voldemort again, and you made every decision based on that, on keeping me alive long enough to fulfill the prophecy. Yes, Dumbledore said, and there was no evasion in it, no spin, no management. Just the word, and the weight of it, and the old man's eyes, very blue and very tired and very honest. I was a weapon, Harry said. To you. A tool. Keep the weapon safe, keep the weapon alive, point the weapon at the Dark Lord when the time comes. That is how it started, Dumbledore said. Yes. I will not insult you by denying it. When I placed you with the Dursleys, I was thinking about the prophecy, about the war, about the greater good. I was not thinking about a baby who needed a home. I was thinking about a weapon that needed a sheath. The honesty of it was brutal. Harry felt it land, felt it cut, felt the old wound, the cupboard, the darkness, the knowledge that he had been placed and managed and decided about, throb with renewed pain. But underneath the pain was something else. Something he hadn't expected. Relief. Because now he knew. All of it. The prophecy, the reason, the full scope of Dumbledore's calculation. No more shadows, no more half-truths, no more the gentle management of a man who thought he knew best. The truth was on the table, all of it, ugly and painful and real. Thank you, Harry said. Dumbledore blinked. You're thanking me? For telling the truth. Finally. Completely. Without trying to soften it or manage my reaction. That's what I asked for, and you gave it to me. So, thank you. Dumbledore removed his spectacles. Pressed his fingers to the bridge of his nose. When he put the spectacles back on, his eyes were bright, not with the famous twinkle, but with something raw. Something that might have been tears. You are a remarkable young man, Harry Potter, he said. And I have not deserved you. No, Harry said. You haven't. But you can start. He stood. He reached across the desk and picked up the prophecy sphere. It was warm in his hand, the silver mist swirling against the glass like something alive. I'm going to keep this, he said. Not because I need it. Because it's mine. It's about me, and I should have known about it from the beginning, and I'm not going to let anyone else hold it for me. Dumbledore nodded. It is yours. By right and by relevance. Harry put the sphere in his pocket. It hummed against his leg, warm and strange and full of future. I'll make the public statement, he said. The inquiry continues, but I'll make clear that I support your position at Hogwarts and that the goal is accountability, not removal. That should hold off Malfoy. Thank you, Harry. And I want regular meetings. Weekly. You tell me everything, about Quirrell, about Voldemort, about whatever you're learning. No more secrets, no more management. I'm not a weapon. I'm your ally. Treat me like one. I will. Harry walked to the door. Stopped. Turned. The power the Dark Lord knows not, he said. Love. Yes. My mother died for me because she loved me. And you put me in a house with no love for 10 years. Did that ever strike you as contradictory? Dumbledore closed his eyes. Every day, Harry. Every single day. Harry nodded. Then he left, and the door closed behind him, and he walked down the spiral staircase and through the castle to Gryffindor Tower, and the prophecy sphere hummed in his pocket like a heartbeat, like a promise, like the sound of a story that was only just beginning. The common room was warm. The fire was burning high, crackling with the companionable energy of a cold night. Students were scattered across armchairs and rugs, studying, talking, playing games. The Weasley twins were demonstrating something explosive in the corner that Percy was trying to shut down and failing. Ron was at their usual table, a chessboard in front of him, playing himself. Hermione was in her armchair, reading, a blanket over her legs and Crookshanks, a cat she'd somehow acquired, flat-faced and ginger and profoundly unimpressed with everything, on her lap. Neville was writing a letter, Trevor dozing on the table beside his inkpot. Harry sat down. They looked at him. They saw his face, and the chess piece Ron was holding froze in midair, and Hermione's book lowered, and Neville's quill paused. He told me everything, Harry said. About why Voldemort came after my family. About why I was placed with the Dursleys. About all of it. He told them. The prophecy, the words, the meaning. The weapon. The sheath. Dumbledore's admission. All of it. When he finished, the common room noise seemed very far away. The four of them sat in their own bubble of silence, and the fire crackled, and the snow fell outside the dark windows. Either must die at the hand of the other, Hermione whispered. Harry, that means, I know what it means. You'll have to face him. Eventually. When he comes back. Yes. Ron's jaw was tight. Then we'll be there. When it happens. We'll be right there with you. Ron, don't. Don't say it's too dangerous or we don't have to or any of that rubbish. We're your friends, Harry. That means something. That means we show up. Neville nodded. He didn't speak, but his round face was set in an expression that Harry had seen before, on the faces of people in photographs from the First War, the ones who knew what was coming and chose to stand anyway. Hermione reached across the table and took Harry's hand. Her grip was warm and fierce and certain. We show up, she said. All of us. Always. Harry looked at them. His friends. His people. The boy who played chess like a general and laughed like sunshine. The girl who read everything and feared nothing and set teachers on fire when her friends were in danger. The boy who was nervous and brave and quiet and strong and would, Harry knew with bone-deep certainty, stand when others ran. Then we'd better be ready, Harry said. He pulled out parchment. One last letter. Dear Ironclaw, the Christmas meeting will need to be longer than I thought. There's a great deal to discuss, and I need your help with something new. I need to learn about the First War. Not the history, the strategy. How Voldemort built his movement, how he recruited, how he funded his operations, how he was fought. I need to understand the war the way you understand a financial audit, every detail, every transaction, every decision. Because the war isn't over. It's been paused. And when it starts again, I intend to be ready. I'm also establishing a trust fund for the families of First War victims. The details can wait until we meet, but the principle is simple: the people who fought Voldemort deserve better than a monument. They deserve material support, for themselves, for their children, for their futures. The Potter Vault can fund it. Let's make it happen. One more thing, I want to know my parents. Not the legends, the people. James and Lily Potter. What they were like. What they cared about. What they fought for. Gringotts would have corresponded with them, met with them, managed their finances. Somewhere in your records, there are traces of who they were. I want every scrap of it. They died for me. The least I can do is know them. Regards, Harry Potter. He sealed the letter. Set it aside. Hedwig would take it in the morning. The fire was burning low. The common room was emptying, students drifting toward their dormitories, the day's excitement fading into the ordinary rhythm of yawns and goodnights. Ron gathered his chess pieces, each one grumbling about being put away. Hermione bookmarked her page and stretched. Neville finished his letter and capped his ink. They stood, the four of them, in the warm circle of firelight. Same time tomorrow? Ron asked. Same time tomorrow, Harry said. They climbed the stairs to their dormitories. Ron and Neville to one side, Hermione to the other, with a wave and a goodnight that was casual and comfortable and held within it the entire weight of what they'd built together in 3 months, trust, purpose, the shared understanding that the world was bigger and more dangerous than anyone had told them, and that they were going to face it anyway. Harry reached his four-poster. He changed into pajamas, drew the curtains, and lay in the dark. The prophecy sphere sat on his nightstand, glowing faintly, silver mist turning endlessly inside the glass. He thought about his mother. About her sacrifice. About love as magic, not metaphor, not sentiment, but actual, quantifiable, world-altering magic. The most powerful force in the wizarding world, according to a prophecy made before he was born, and the one thing that Voldemort could not understand or counter. Love. He thought about the cupboard. About the darkness and the spiders and the small handprint on the inside of the door. About the boy who'd lived there, who'd pressed his palm against the wood and wished for something without knowing what it was. He knew now. He'd been wishing for this. For the fire and the friends and the four-poster bed and the castle that held them all. For the right to exist as himself, fully, completely, without apology. For the expanding warmth in his chest, the fullness, the spaces being filled. For love. Not the desperate, sacrificial love of a mother throwing herself between her child and a killing curse. That love was finished, complete, a closed circuit of protection and loss. What Harry had now was something different, the ongoing, evolving, everyday love of friends who showed up in a world that was, slowly and painfully, learning to be better. It was enough. More than enough. It was everything. Harry closed his eyes. The sphere glowed. The castle slept. The snow fell, silent and steady, covering Hogwarts in a blanket of white that made everything look new. And Harry Potter, age 11, heir to a fortune, survivor of a cupboard, keeper of a prophecy, friend and fighter and future of the wizarding world, slept, and was at peace. Not because the battle was over. It wasn't. Not because the future was certain. It wasn't. Because he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Not because someone had placed him there, not because a prophecy demanded it, not because a headmaster had decided it. Because he had chosen it. Every step, every letter, every decision, every act of courage and strategy and stubborn, relentless refusal to be anything less than what he was. He had chosen this life. And it was his. Outside, the stars turned above Gryffindor Tower, and the world turned with them, and the story went on, as stories do, into the future, into the unknown, into the brilliant and terrifying and beautiful uncertainty of everything that was still to come. And in a secure vault deep beneath Gringotts, 3 leather folders sat in darkness, immaculate, complete, waiting. The paper trail of a boy who had learned, in the space of a single extraordinary year, that the most powerful thing in the world was not a wand or a spell or a prophecy or gold. It was the truth. Spoken clearly. Without flinching. On his own terms. The truth, and the courage to use it.